Good morning. I declare today's meeting open and welcome everyone in the gallery and also joining us via live stream here this morning. Would everyone please stand as I ask Councillor Law to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. Councillor Law.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors. I acknowledge the Kabi Kabi peoples and the Jinnabara peoples whose land and water we all now share. The traditional owners' values, ancient and enduring cultures enrich the life of our communities today. The Sunshine Coast has been a place of celebration, connection for thousands of years, and we commit to work in partnership with the traditional owners to continue these practices now and into the future. Truth-telling is a significant part of this journey, and legacy issues resulting from colonisation are still experienced today by traditional owners and First Nations people of the Sunshine Coast. We are committed to better understanding the collective history of all people of the Sunshine Coast and the traditional owners. We recognised our shared history and will continue to work in partnership to build a foundation of a shared future with Kabi Kabi people and Jinnabara people. We pay our respect to the traditional owners of the Sunshine Coast and to their elders from the past and the present, and acknowledge the vital role First Nations people play in the Sunshine Coast community. Together, we are all stronger.
Thank you. Please remain upstanding as I invite Shirag Soni and Vipul Gothi of the Hindu faith to provide a blessing, and it's very timely with the opening over the weekend of the BAPS temple here on the Sunshine Coast, so welcome.
Thank you. Jai Swaminarayan. Namaste to everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us to perform a blessing at Sunshine Coast Council Hall today. I would like to perform a very popular verse in Hindu scripture. As per our gurus, who is our leader of the BAPS, he says that in the joys of others lies our own. Now I'll perform the very popular verse. I will first say in the Sanskrit and then I will translate into the English. Om Sahna Vavatu Sahno Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vidvisavahe Om Santihi Santihi Santihi. Means, may God protect us together. May He nourish us together. May we work together with vigor. May we become enlightened together. May we never quarrel with each other. Let there be peace, peace, peace. Jai Swaminarayan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning and for the blessing. Thank you. And you go with our blessings now too. Thank you all. Please be seated. Recording our attendance here this morning, I note that Councillor Christian Dixon is joining us via Teams today. Welcome, Councillor. And I note that this is not only the first ordinary meeting of 2025, but also the first ordinary meeting for our new CEO, John Baker. So welcome to the Chambers, and it's lovely to have you with us here today and going forwards. Now, councillors, can I have someone please move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting from the 12th of December? That was Councillor Johnston and seconded Councillor Natoli. All those in favour? Thank you. The motion is carried unanimously. There's no mayoral minute today. So moving on, councillors, I remind you of the requirements under the Local Government Act of 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting. Should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. Okay, so we move now to item 7.1. Councillor Bunnag has an award to acknowledge, noting that we have Megan Corkwell, Colleen Penny, and Surashan Kanthakadi in attendance to receive the award. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, and good morning, everyone in the gallery. It gives me great pleasure as the Transport Councillor, in conjunction with Councillor Law, to be able to present an award to some of our fantastic staff who won the Road Safety Infrastructure Excellent Award for the Talara Ride and Shine project. So this award was handed out last year to 3 incredible women who have been working in this space, and the awards recognise the outstanding contributions made to the public works and engineering sector at the IPWEA State and Queensland and Northern Territory Conference. So we were represented by Megan Corkwell from our Built Infrastructure team, who manages our Transport Capital Works program. We also had Colleen Penny, who is the Ride Store Inventor. I love saying that, the Ride Store Inventor from the Sunshine Coast. It gives me an absolute buzz. And Prue Oswin from Sidelines Traffic Proprietary Limited, who has helped the Sunshine Coast Council with a lot of our mapping and planning for these pieces of infrastructure. So these incredible women have been able to really use methods to plan infrastructure around our schools to get the best available planning active transport infrastructure, and they've punched above their weight in terms of bang for buck and what they've been able to deliver and transform these particular areas. And I know down in Curradice, or down in Curramundi as Councillor Burns likes to call it, at Talara, it has made a massive difference in the first year of Ride Store at that school. 245 students registered, 165 prior travel mode was car, and now they have completed a whopping 8,886 trips to and from school. That is truly generational transformation of our transport framework on the Sunshine Coast, and it's made a dramatic difference to that school and to the lives of many in our community. So on behalf of Council, I'd like to present this absolute it's a brick of an award to Colleen, to Prue, to Megan, and also our other members of the team who are here, Victor Mantilla, Pete Hayes, Sabu, and our project delivery team of Mark and Francisco.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law. Now I'll put the motion to... Oh, someone to move it? Yeah, Councillor Bunnag seconded Councillor Suarez. Now I'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, moving on to the next award. Councillor Landsberg and Councillor Hungerford, you've got an award to acknowledge. Oh, who's going first? Okay, Councillor Landsberg is going to go first.
Always. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Always good to get the jump on a fellow councillor for an award like this. The Sunshine Coast Council has been nominated for the second time, in 3 years with this prestigious Green Flag Award, recognising Kings Beach Park and Community Precinct as a premier beachside destination for community, recreation, tourism and events. The area has historical significance, including its role during World War II as a key defence location, but now contributes as a much-loved beachside area by our locals and visitors alike. The vision for Kings Beach Park and Community Precinct not only complements and reflects the natural beauty of Caloundra, but also provides a safe, family-orientated recreation and leisure precinct. This space offers numerous opportunities for economic and social benefits, enhancing the quality of life for our residents and visitors alike. The Green Flag Award is a global benchmark for excellence in park management, celebrating well-maintained, sustainable public spaces that enrich our communities. The international accreditation is a testament to the high standards of management and best practices upheld by our council. It's an honour to see Budrum Village Park win this award twice, and also an honour to see Kings Beach Park and Community Precinct win this award 3 times. Being recognised on the world stage, highlighting the important role these spaces play in supporting community wellbeing, tourism and environmental sustainability. I'd also like to acknowledge the Green Flag judges who assess the parks across a range of criteria, including safety, cleanliness, community engagement and sustainability. Their rigorous evaluation process ensures that only the best managed parks and open spaces receive this prestigious award. This award reflects the care and commitment that goes into maintaining these parks, and it is wonderful to see these spaces so well loved and enjoyed by our community. Thank you to everyone involved in the Green Flag Award, and especially our Parks and Gardens Department and the team from Built Infrastructure. Your care, dedication and support has made this award possible. And I'd just like to speak freely, Madam Mayor. Personally, as a councillor, it's such an inspiration to see these boys, our working teams all across the coast, and I will draw down into Caloundra as well, the love and care that these officers take. They're our residents, they're our ratepayers, they live in our own region and they take ownership of these spaces. So thank you as a Division 2 councillor for Caloundra, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And over to you, Councillor Ted.
Councillor Hungerford.
Thanks, Terry. You don't leave me much. Okay, Budrum Village Park, as you said, has received this for the 2nd year in a row. Now, Budrum Village Park is one of the premier parks in Division 7. Holds most of the community events for the year: Anzac Day, Australia Day, Garden Festival, Dogs Day Out. Trying to think of all these carols, Christmas carols at the end of each year. So it's very much part of the fabric of our community in Budrum. Now we've got 1,180 recreation parks and open spaces across the region that these magnificent employees we have manage all the time. They've been tried out with wet weather in the last couple of years and trying to keep them pristine all the time, but they've done a very good job. Now, when the judges are looking at this award, the aspects of public spaces are judged on: a welcoming place, healthy, safe and secure, well maintained and clean, the environmental management, on their biodiversity, landscape and heritage. The community involvement, and both of these parks have that in abundance every year. They're very well used by the community. Marketing and communication and management. Now these awards, I've got both flags here, 23-24 and 24-25 for Budrum Village Park. We've got to catch up to Kings Beach. We've got to get a 3rd one yet, and I'm sure you're up to it. But these awards are really a credit to you, the crews that work out there every week and keep them functional and fit for purpose for the community. And Budrum Village Park, I've never had a complaint. It's pristine all the time. Job well done. So these awards are really a credit to each and every one of you and everyone that contributes to that. And with this council, and I'm saying this on behalf of all councillors, we're very fortunate to have such dedicated, hard-working staff who are committed to their job and pride they have in it, because that shows through in continually getting awards. So I'd like to congratulate all of you, present you with these flags. We've had them out because we've already flown them a few times up in the park with pride. We're going to fly them a few more times yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll
I need a duck back.
Greg.
Councillor Hungerford, no, this one. Perfect.
You've got the phone, Tim, did you get me in?
Councillor Landsberg, would you like to move the motion? Yes. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to second it? Yes. Excellent. Thank you both. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Wonderful. Thank you both. We move on now to item 8.1, the development application for a material change of use to establish short-term accommodation at 862 and 894 Landsborough-Maleny Road, Bald Knob. Welcome Mr Alderson to provide a presentation here this morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, Mr CEO. Today I'm presenting to you a report for a development application proposing short-term accommodation at development at 862 and 894 Landsborough-Maleny Road, Bald Knob. The application is subject to impact assessment under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme due to the built form and nature of the proposal within the rural zone. The application is before Council for decision at the request of the Divisional Councillor. Just showing the aerial context of the site. The image on the left of the site shows the surrounding landmarks and town centres. On the opposite side of the road is Mountain View Road intersection and a small local centre known as Cane Cross Corner. The site has a 220 metre frontage to Landsborough-Maleny Road along its western and southern boundary and currently contains a detached dwelling. The application is over 2 lots, one of which is the larger Maleny Manor lot. However, the Maleny Manor lot is only included because of the development intends to use part of the site for wastewater disposal. The built form is confined to the smaller lot located to the south of the Maleny Manor lot, shown on the image above. The proposed short-term accommodation involves 38 one- and 2-bedroom units, each with an ensuite, kitchenette and a balcony, a managed residence, guest facilities, as well as 48 car parking spaces located along the frontage of the road and off an internal access driveway. The proposal comprises of 6 separate buildings, with the main buildings fronting Landsborough-Maleny Road and the remaining 3 buildings along the northern boundary of the site. All buildings are a maximum of 2 storeys and within the 8.5 metre height limit. Vehicular access to the site is proposed via a 12 metre wide all movements crossover to Landsborough-Maleny Road. The residential accommodation is comprised of 35 1-bedroom units and 3 2-bedroom units. This is an image of the proposed reception building. It includes meeting rooms, a manager's office and a recreational deck, as well as guest dining, lounge, foyer and kitchens. This slide shows the elevations of the front reception guest facilities building. The top image is the elevation fronting Landsborough-Maleny Road, and the bottom image is the elevation looking towards the development from the northeast. This slide shows a section through the development fronting Landsborough-Maleny Road in relation to natural ground levels. The application was publicly notified in December 2023 to January 2024 in accordance with the Planning Act. 7 submissions were received, of which 2 were determined properly made. All but one of the submissions opposed the development, and 1 submission was neutral in tone. The key issues raised in the submissions were regarding impacts on views, scenic amenity and rural character. On the 18th of October 2024, Council received a petition with 1,158 signatories opposing the development. The petition was presented to Council by the Divisional Council in the October ordinary meeting. The signatories are located across Sunshine Coast and further afield in southeast Queensland. Some were from interstate and some were from overseas. 219 of the signatories were from Maleny, Montfall and Blackhall Range localities. The key issue in the assessment is the impact of the development on the views across the site from Lands from Maleny Road, which is identified as a scenic route in the planning scheme. Due to the location of a large proportion of the development near the road, it will be highly visible and will detract from the significant view, which includes a number of significant landscape features, including Mount Coolum, Mount Ninderry, Mount Cooroy and the coastline. The view is considered to be important to the community in the local context. The development will also detract from the rural landscape values of the site and other land in the foreground of these views. These adverse impacts from the development are inconsistent with the outcomes in the strategic framework and the Scenic Amenity Overlay Code and the Rural Zone Code. Bulk and scale. The proposal is positioned in a highly prominent location and is of a bulk and scale not consistent with the rural character of the area. The image shows the size of the proposed building footprints in relation to the existing buildings in the locality. The proposed main building would be the largest building in the locality by a considerable margin, particularly when compared to the existing buildings along the northern side of Lands from Maleny Road. The main building is approximately 70 metres long and the car park in front is approximately 120 metres long. The proposed building footprint is 2,700 square metres and is more than twice the size of the existing commercial buildings on the opposite side of the road in the local centre zone. These photos are of the existing views of the site and beyond along Lands from Maleny Road. The images are taken from the western end of the site's frontage. Council's 3D modelling officer has undertaken detailed modelling of the proposal. These images are taken from the road at eye level of a person sitting in a sedan vehicle. The modelling illustrates a realistic landscape outcome and includes the infrastructure items shown on the applicant's engineering details and as required by state agency requirements. It demonstrates the proposal will clearly obstruct the available views from the scenic route, including the loss of foreground and mid-distant views of rolling hills. And the impacts of the proposal cannot be mitigated by landscaping. In addition, the proposal will severely detract from the landscape values of the site and visual amenity of the identified scenic route due to a substantial car park and driveway extending for most of the frontage of the site with minimal landscaping. The applicant's visual impact assessment has been peer reviewed by an external visual amenity expert. Both internal specialists and external peer reviewers agree that the proposal would have a significant detrimental visual impact and fails to satisfy a number of key assessment benchmarks. These are images of existing views looking northeast and north from Lands from Maleny Road from the intersection of Mountain View Road. These are more 3D model images. The top is a view of the proposal from the opposite side of the road, and the bottom image is a view when approaching the proposal along Lands from Maleny Road from the east. The site is highly constrained by slope, with almost the entire site having a slope greater than 25%, as shown in the red on the image there. The proposed built form is located on the escarpment, which is in places has slopes up to 60%. The size of the development is not limited in scale or intensity, nor has it been sensitively located to minimise impacts on the steep slopes. The proposal involves extensive earthworks and retaining walls, which has impacts on the natural landform to the detriment of the landscape character of the site and surrounding area. The State Assessment and Referral Agency has recommended conditions relating to state transport infrastructure should the application be approved. It should be noted these conditions include requirements which limit the height of landscaping along the entire frontage to a maximum height of 1 metre in order to ensure this access has safe visibility. This significantly restricts the opportunity to screen the development. It is therefore recommended that Council receive and note the report and refuse the application due to conflicts with the planning scheme as outlined in the agenda report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the officers for their report. I'm going to propose an alternate recommendation. The recommendation is that Council receive and note the report. I think, note the report. Development application material change of use to establish short-term accommodation at 862, 890 to 894 Maleny Road, Ball Knob, and B, approved application MCU 23/0125 for material change of use of premises to establish short-term accommodation situated at 862 to 894 Maleny Road, Ball Knob, subject to the imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions identified in Appendix A. So if I can get a seconder, I'd like to ask some questions.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Natoli. Councillor Johnston.
Right, the report by the officers brings forward a number of questions, and I'd appreciate it if I could get some extra time because there are a lot of questions. Do you acknowledge that the reasons for refusal, with the exception of visual amenity, have had engineering solutions provided by the applicant's consultants?
Through the Chair, the reasons for refusal are primarily focused on impacts on visual amenity and rural character. Landslide hazard has been addressed from a safety risk perspective, and that could potentially be condition. The applicant has provided a geotechnical assessment, but with regards to, so that can be satisfied through conditions.
Thank you. Well, whilst I acknowledge that the scenic view provided is of some significance, is it not correct that most significant view is of the distant coastline and that the rural agriculture view in the foreground is quite ordinary and unexceptional?
Through the Chair, no, I believe the view as a whole is considered significant. It's difficult to sort of pick parts of the view, so the foreground as well as the horizon line and the significant landscape features as a whole are considered significant. And if we could get the 3D model to show how the proposal might be compromising that view, the slide, just showing that it is impacting the view as a whole.
Right. So it's really only the foreground, which, I mean, I drive past it every day and I have all my life, going to school, going to business, travelling to council, and the foreground is not very exceptional. Now, refer to the peer review expert report. Does it say that the planning scheme, does our planning, it says our planning scheme, referring to the peer review expert report, does our planning scheme identify the views across the site for protection? Because they say it doesn't.
Through the Chair, the officers believe the planning scheme definitely identifies the views through the site, being on a scenic amenity route and in a high-value scenic amenity area under the strategic plan. Right. So we believe that this planning scheme does identify the views through the site as significant.
So our expert review person is saying contrary to that. Is the entire development identified as single storey when viewed from the road? And its built form, other built form, is below the road?
Through the Chair, the proposal is set somewhat below the road. It is 1 storey for part, and then it does pop up to 2 storeys for part of the proposal. I don't know if we could get the image up again.
Above the road, you can only see 1 floor.
I think there are parts you can see too, but yeah, depending on the view line, but that's right.
Thank you. Does the report say that the horizon line, the undulating landform, the ocean, Mount Coolum and Mount Nindri all remain visible. I'm quoting from the report, and that's contrary to what you're saying.
Through the chair, I'd have to check the exact section of the report, but I think the point of the report is that the entirety of the view is compromised by the proposal. There may still be the horizon line visible, but the
mountains
assessment,
are still visible.
There are some mountains.
Look back at page 14. Anyway, we'll move on. Does the report comment on the streetscape and the fact that it is not a pedestrian-orientated development or location, and that the views are predominantly experienced from cars travelling at some 80 kilometres per hour for very short periods? I'm quoting from the report.
Through the chair, there's no pedestrian pathways along the front of the site. There is a commercial development on the opposite side of the site which has views across the site. There is a bus stop across the road from the site, but you're right, there is no pedestrian path.
Thank you. Does the report say that there will be enhanced views once the weed species are removed? And I'm quoting once again from the report.
The applicant has suggested that with the removal of some vegetation on the site, that views may be improved. However,
I'm not asking about the applicant. I'm asking about the expert report. That's what he says.
Through the chair, councillor, you referring to the applicant's visual impact assessment or the peer review report?
To
just to
our
clarify.
peer review. Right, we can't have it both ways. Right.
Councillor Johnston, if you're asking a question, please
I'm
allow
asking
the
a question.
officers to answer
Right.
during this question time.
Well, it's important. Do you acknowledge that construction and development with landscaping controls, associated height restrictions, will preserve or enhance views across the site, which would be lost if the weed species were allowed to continue to grow and spread, or if a subsequent owner constructed as a right a 1.8 metre fence all along the boundary?
through the chair, we don't believe the development enhances the views through the site with the nature of the proposal and the bulk and scale. Considering a 1.8 metre high fence, that would be a very substantial, it's a 220 metre long frontage, so it would be quite a substantial fence to construct, quite a big expense. But
that's beside the point. The matter is whoever buys this parcel of land won't be poor.
Is that a question?
And they can do it. Now, would approval...
Are you speaking to the motion yet, councillor, or just questions? Okay.
Would approval of this development with the conditions proposed in my resolution lock in, protect and enhance the views along this scenic route, which is not currently protected?
through the chair, if the application is approved, we don't feel it would lock in the views. It would actually compromise the views, and with just due to the nature and bulk and scale of the proposal and the location of the built form.
Right. Regarding possible precedent, should the development be approved, are you aware of any location where similar development could be subject of a similar application?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any current applications, but on rural land there is the potential for more short-term accommodation proposals along scenic routes where this same issue could arise.
Right. I'll speak to the motion now.
Thank you, councillor.
Look, I've driven this road or been a passenger along this road from the age of 10 through most of my life. The view at this particular location is very compromised as it is, and as the weeds grow will be even further compromised. This package that I'm proposing, which has been prepared by one of our planning officers, relates to matters dealing with planning, engineering, ecology and landscape and environmental health matters following Council standard condition package. The planning conditions have requirements relating to approved use, building height, building appearance and a sunset clause where the development must be completed by December 31, 2030. Engineering conditions, including requirements relating to external works, site access, car parking, service vehicles, geotechnical stability earthworks, stormwater management and easements. It also relates to ecology and landscape conditions, including requirements relating to bushfire management, fauna management, revegetation, rehabilitation of the site. Environmental health conditions include requirements relating to waste management, acoustic amenity, lighting, potable water supply and disposal of grey water on site. The conditions package also includes a list of approved architect and engineering plans and references documents as submitted by the applicant. In addition, there are a number of standard advisory notes for guidance and information purposes, and in the event of approval, the Department of Transport and Main Roads conditions will be attached to any decision notice. Their condition primarily relates to road upgrade and site access on this section of road, which is 80 kilometres per hour, has a major intersection and a lot of traffic conflict at that location. So that's being upgraded to main road standards. I've had 3 people speak to me about this application. The motel owner, the restaurant owner, and another gentleman who is a photographer. And their concerns are not necessarily the concerns of the general community. I've spent a lot of time in my community and in the Maleny area in particular, and they are the only 3 people that have ever discussed this matter with me. Nobody has ever said it was a bad development. Nobody, other than those 3, nobody has ever said it's a bad development or that it wasn't needed. The detached dwelling that's mentioned by the planners is actually a derelict building and will be demolished. Slopes, if we go to clause 15, all of those issues are dealt with by engineering solutions which have been provided to council. The buildings, a number of the buildings on the eastern side do not affect the view whatsoever. It's only the main reception area and associated facilities. I'd just like to deal with the fact that this is not a rural farm stay situation. This is a supporting application for Maleny Manor. Maleny Manor is owned by the same people, is a highly utilised facility. Last year they had 163 weddings at that facility, and some of the situation in relation to, well, for instance, in the 44 weddings that were held late in 2024, the bridegroom and family matter and people in the bridal party, 17% of the accommodation on site down there. 44% of the people stayed in self-catered facilities, 25% at Airbnb, and that's not all that popular because most Airbnbs require 3-night stays. And 10% of the attendees travelled from the coast or had to get bus transport up from the coast.
Councillor Johnston, would you like an extension of time? Can I have a mover? Councillor Bunnag, a seconder, Councillor Natoli. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Let's do the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that there's clear and pressing need for visitor accommodation in the Sunshine Coast hinterland and the Sunshine Coast more broadly. And this is directly recognised in Council's own strategic policy. On balance, the grounds for approval are strong and Council should be fully supportive of the proposal. As indicated previously, the amendments made to the original application to this development balance the protection of view corridors through the site and achievement of a high-quality visible development that is sorely needed in the hinterland for wedding and minor conferences. Refusal of the proposal will be an opportunity lost. It will not in any way result in preservation and enhancement of the scenic route. And I'd just like to also refer to if councillors can, and those on online can, and in the gallery, can look at, remember the view that was shown in slide number 14, which shows very little interruption to the view line except in the foreground, and in fact the removal of a lot of the impediments to view around the intersection. And I, as councillor, have been very reluctant to always go against planning advice or planners' reports. But in this case, I have to, because it's vital for the Maleny and hinterland economy. And also, I just cannot see, because of my lifetime experience, I cannot see that people travelling along that road in that particular location are looking at the view. They're not looking at the view. When you come from Landsborough, you're looking to the southwest, or northwest actually, west to north. When you're travelling from Maleny, you don't see the site until you're right on it, and you're looking towards the coast. Not the coast that's in that view, but in the coast on the eastern side. So, you know, basically what I'm saying is there is very little opportunity to look at the view. You have 3 seconds from the time you first approach it on the western side until you've passed it on the right, on the eastern side, and that is not a view that people look at. Throughout my career, I have preserved a number of coastal amenity view lines, and I've been a very strong advocate of all our lookouts. In all of my life, I have never seen anybody park in this area to take a photograph. They do in a lot of other areas, but they don't do it there. So I'd encourage fellow councillors to support this application and approve of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a few questions before I speak to the motion. I know the restaurant can only be used by those people who stay at this accommodation. Is the accommodation only for Maleny Manor, or can anyone go there?
Through the chair, I understand we wouldn't be limiting who could book through any conditions, who could stay at this location.
Okay, so it adds to the need of, obviously, accommodation, short-term accommodation in the hinterland area.
Through the chair, yes, for short-term accommodation. Yep.
Just a question. Hypothetical. A billionaire buys this property and wants to build a house this size. Is there anything preventing them from being able to do that?
Through the chair, there are requirements to build a house on this site, and one of those is in the detached house code requires a setback of 40 metres. So anything less than that would trigger an application to council. We would then be assessing impacts on the rural character and amenity of the area as part of that application. But there is potential for a dwelling house to occur on the site. That is an accepted use.
if that property was built 40 metres and the property owner wanted to protect, I suppose, the noise from the road and put up a noise attenuation fence or vegetate it to the point where you can't actually see through the penetrated vegetation, is there anything stopping them from being able to do that in a rural zone?
Through the chair, there's no restriction on fences. I do note the site does drop down from the road frontage, so a 1.8 metre fence may not obstruct the view as much as what the proposal does. And a vegetated outcome along there would probably be consistent with the rural character and amenity and the visual amenity outcomes of the Scenic Amenity Code.
Ms Patey, did you want to add to that?
Also, through the chair, yeah, if a house was to be built 40 metres from the frontage in accordance with the Dwelling House Code, an acoustic fence up on the front of the site would have little utility because it would be sitting below the noise source, which would be the...
But irrespective, there's nothing for us that we can prevent someone from doing that if they chose to do it.
No, but an acoustic fence would be quite a significant undertaking and very expensive. So it would be more likely that a timber fence, if a screen fence was to be constructed.
I'm using a hypothetical here.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping them from being able to do it if they choose to do it.
Through the chair, that's correct. But as John has indicated,
just allow the answer to be given by the officer.
If I mean, such a fence would be less obtrusive or and not interfere with the view to the extent that the proposed development would.
The point I'm making, hypothetically, there's nothing council can do to stop them from doing that if they choose to do it.
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct.
That's correct, yes. Thank you. Does council have an endorsed hinterland scenic route plan which protects scenic views?
Through the chair, there is a scenic route in the planning scheme, which identifies this road as an identified scenic route, which includes many roads through the hinterland. Yes, so is that why does that answer your question?
So the planning scheme, but there is no other plan that protects the actual views itself. So the point I'm making here is that you only really have the planning scheme that can deal with built structures. There's nothing council has that actually protects the views from being vegetated out, for instance, if a property owner chooses to completely blank that scenic view. There's a difference. If you had a plan that actually protects the view, then everything from vegetation, fencing, everything would have to be taken into consideration. So the point I'm saying, do we actually have an endorsed scenic route plan that actually protects the scenic views that we've identified that exists along that route?
Through the chair, I believe the scenic amenity route provisions do protect views across significant views lines from that route. I guess the difference is for MCU development applications where we have to do an assessment against those codes, we are required to do an assessment against the scenic amenity overlay code, which specifically states protection of significant view lines. I guess the difference between a detached dwelling, which may not get picked up by that proposal, but there'll be other requirements in the detached house code, which require setbacks and things like that.
The point I'm saying is the planning scheme cannot stop.
Is that a question, Councillor?
No, the question is, can the planning scheme that we have at the moment that identifies a scenic route as being part of the planning scheme, can it protect the views if a rural property owner decides to plant it out completely?
So the scenario where a rural property owner plants trees?
Yes, and vegetation that completely screens the view from the road.
So the planning scheme wouldn't regulate trees, but we'd suggest that a vegetated outcome would be consistent with the visual amenity outcomes of the planning scheme along a scenic route.
All right. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'll speak to this motion. 20.3 kilometres from Maleny Manor to Mapleton. And if you drive along there, there's many locations that you can't see the view. And if council really wanted to protect the views, then obviously it would have a scenic plan. It would have something that would actually prevent people from being able to block that view. And using the planning scheme is a very blunt and I think the wrong instrument to be able to use. Yes, we can deal it with buildings, but we can't stop that view from being blocked if somebody decides to plan it out. There's plenty of areas that you can't see the view because of the vegetation. In Montville, you can't see the views because all the buildings that are on the coastal side actually block. You have to go into some of these buildings, like go into Poet Cafe, go into their chapel, some of the other businesses there. You see these great views. If you go to Flaxen Gardens, they've got a hedge, virtually the same distance as what they propose in here. You can't see the views, but if you go to the establishment, you will see those views. They're great, fantastic views. And all the way to Phillips Road, it's completely blocked, either building or hedge. Virtually blocks most of the views that you can see from the road. Travelling 80 kilometres an hour with the 70 metres that this building is takes 3.15 seconds at a very interesting and difficult intersection, because you're actually coming around a bend. You got these elevated businesses with their signs and everything, and you've got the road that takes you to Mary Cane Cross, and you've got a lot happening in that 3.5 seconds for people to be able to stop and take a look at the view. And there's plenty of other areas along this 20.3 kilometres all the way to Mapleton that we get these great views. But, you know, if I was a business owner, those views are worth why they want to build these accommodation up high. It's a driving factor and force for them to actually bring people to the hinterland. It's a selling point. I don't want to go there necessarily just be in the bush. If I've got these scenic views, that is worth the marketing dollars to promote this business. And the hinterland has a shortfall of accommodation. I hear it all the time in terms of weddings or whatever. So you've told me that anyone who goes to a wedding in the hinterland can actually rent one of these accommodation units if they choose. And so they should. And for us to consider that, you know, we should be able to stop them from being able to do that because of the scenic amenity, which I'm not convinced that we should be allowing and using private people, private property owners, and using this blunt instrument to actually try and protect that view. Because we technically can't protect that view if they want to vegetate it out. We can't. And here we are. Everything that we see here is determined around that view. And we use this blunt instrument. I tried to save Charles Blackman's house. I tried to save the loo with a view. I tried to save Bondula and Mooloolaba, but they weren't heritage listed. And so we couldn't save them. You see, when we want to buy environmental land, we use the environmental levy. If we want, as a council, to protect the scenic views, we need to do more than use a blunt instrument and say to the property owner, you have an obligation to protect this view. Because we're not paying for it, and we're expecting them to give up that asset, that view, that they could sell and fill up their rooms. So my thoughts are that we're just applying such a hard rule here in terms of defining whether they can or can't. My father could have bought that block across the road for $50,000. He didn't. There was nothing there. They have elevated views. They could definitely all those businesses can go there. They'll probably benefit from those people who want to go.
Councillor Natoli, would you like an extension of time, or are you finishing? An extension? Can I have a mover? Councillor Landsberg, a seconder. Councillor Johnston. All those in favour? The motion is carried. It wasn't unanimous. Shall I call it? Okay. Councillors, hold your hand in favour, please. Councillor Broderick, Councillor Landsberg, Natoli, Johnston, Dixon, Hungerford, Suarez, Law and Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillor Burns and Councillor Bunnag. The motion is carried.
I do want, and I will wrap up quickly, I remember when our officers were opposed to, on Marucci Boulevard, of supporting the Harvey Norman Joyce Main. That's 900 metres long. They said it's bulky. It's, you know, how many of, I've never had a resident come and say, oh my God, that's such a bulky building. You know, every time I drive past there, it offends me. I mean, the fact is that we get used to some of these things. And, you know, it's functioned well. It's provided the opportunities. I can remember when council had the opportunity to buy the Woolworths site in Buderim, and we could have retained that view there. In fact, they could have probably put the supermarket underground.
Councillor, are you related to the topic at hand here today?
I'm related to the topic of the views. What I'm saying is that if you go to Buderim, you can't see the views from the supermarket. You can't even see the views at the Buderim Tavern unless you actually go to the Buderim Tavern. Those views are worth something to business people. It's what drives those businesses. That's why they want to protect those views. Economic development on the coast is more than just Mooloolaba, Coolum, Caloundra. It's the hinterland. We often hear people say that we don't focus on supporting the hinterland. And here we have accommodation that can support the biggest industry in the hinterland is the wedding industry. And they don't have enough accommodation. And these views will keep people coming to Maleny, will keep them coming to the hinterland, because when they market it, they will market those views. And that's why some of those places in that area have established their buildings and taken out those views. They've had the opportunity to do that. And for us to say no, no more, we are going to allow this developer now to save this view by using a blunt instrument like the town plan. I personally feel that we as councillors should understand that visual loss is only for a fraction of a second, and you don't lose the full view. You can still see beyond it. And to be honest, I don't honestly believe the impacts will be as severe as what has been assessed in this report.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll ask a few questions first and then I will speak to it. To the planners, I see in the report that there is conflicts with quite a number of benchmarks in this report. Now, with acceptable outcomes, they're nice to achieve, but performance outcomes must be met or conditioned to comply, to meet. This alternate resolution up here asks for it to be approved subject to the reasonable and relevant conditions identified in Appendix A. Do the conditions in Appendix A achieve compliance with the assessment benchmarks, particularly where performance outcomes 1, 5, 7, 4 and 8?
Through the chair, no, the conditions do not overcome the conflicts with the scheme.
So the conditions do not overcome the conflicts. If we would approve this here, that would technically create a planning precedent against our Sunshine Coast Plan 2014, would it not?
Yes, that's correct.
And that precedent could further affect the evaluation of similar applications in the rural zone in the future against our town plan, would it not?
Through the Chair, if we had a similar type application on rural land with similar issues, it would be difficult to defend.
Correct. Okay, I'll now speak to it. Now, I read the reports on all of these very diligently every time. Councillors are assessment managers. We have a responsibility for the Planning Act and our town plan. We do not make decisions willy-nilly because there's consequences to doing that, especially in the future in adhering to the principles of your town plan. Because precedents are a cancer. They eat away, they destroy the fibre, they destroy a town plan over time. The more precedents you got, the less control you've got of your town plan, especially in the Planning and Environment Court. So we have a responsibility here. And what's very clear in the assessment of this application to the planner's recommendation, the application does not comply with, nor can it be conditioned to comply with, the assessment benchmarks contained in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014. There are no other relevant matters applicable to the application, including the existence of planning, economic or community need, that justify approving the application despite the non-compliances described in this report. Councillors, it's very clear. We should have dealt with this a few months ago. To do anything other than what's been recommended by the planners, quite responsibly, in my opinion, would be irresponsible. I will not be supporting this alternate resolution, and I'll be quite happy to move the responsible officer's recommendation, should this not get up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through the Chair. I'll just start off with a question first, Mr Alderson. So you made a comment in regards to the petition that was lodged on behalf of the community, and that was in the number of...
Can you turn to the microphone?
Sorry. Apologies, sorry.
Through the Chair, the number of signatories to the petition was 1,158.
Okay. And then during the community engagement, obviously when it was publicly advertised, you received 7 submissions?
Through the Chair, that's correct, yes.
Would you think that being such a high interest in regards to, I suppose, in the online platform and then the number of vehicles that drive past this location, we would have received more, I suppose, in terms of applications opposing that during the submission period?
Through the Chair, it's always difficult to tell what the community may show interest in and object to. So it really is, it can vary from one application to another. It's hard to predict. But it is a highly visible site, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. I might just speak to the motion now, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I rise to support the Divisional Councillor's motion up here. For myself as a councillor and understanding the history that Councillor Johnson has in Maleny, his previous terms on council, his extensive knowledge of Maleny and the hinterlands and the needs that what we see up there, I value his input here today. I think he speaks with a lot of passion and a lot of experience, and he brings experience into this chamber in a presentation that actually speaks volumes of the needs that we are looking at today. The wedding industry, as we know, we have on average around 1,500 weddings across the Sunshine Coast each year. During the post-pandemic, there was a report done, it was around $50 million those weddings bring in. On average, a wedding planner and obviously the bride and groom would spend anywhere from $30,000 to $35,000 on a wedding. That is a significant input into our economy. Maleny Manor, of the 163 weddings they hold, 95% of those attendees are outside our region. So it shows the need to obviously provide accommodation and to keep the wedding industry front and centre. We have a magnificent location, and as the Portfolio Councillor for Economic Development, I'm fully supportive of this motion today. There's a comment around views, and Councillor Natoli made the comment around what have we got in the planning scheme to protect our scenic amenities. And I know as part of the strategic framework and scenic amenity overlay code that we have as part of our planning scheme, it is to protect significant view lines. And I agree with the planners, and I do want to thank you for the extensive report that has been done here today. I very rarely speak against an officer's recommendation. I could probably count it on less than one hand over my previous term and this term. But for myself, view lines, and this is, I can understand if this application wasn't supported, what would it look like if we just let vegetation grow, as has for many kilometres along this view line corridor from Landsborough all the way up to Maleny. Myself, as a perfect example, the drive into Caloundra over Little Mountain. That's a spectacular, and when I first moved to Caloundra, it was an iconic viewpoint. It was an absolute entry statement. We've since lost that entry statement view line, and in the previous council, I requested if we could improve those views, and obviously it didn't go anywhere. But in regards to this application, I can understand it's on obviously a steep slope. It can be engineered with conditions to achieve the outcomes of the applicant. And as far as I was very happy in terms of our Council Information Centre. There was lots of questions asked during that presentation as well. And I'd just like to look forward to the rest of the councillors supporting Councillor Johnson here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might start with a question to Mr Alderson. On page 43 of the detailed assessment report, it states that the applicant failed to provide an economic impact assessment report. Is that right?
Through the Chair, they were requested through an information request to provide one. That's correct.
And did they?
No.
They didn't reply. They didn't respond. They didn't provide one.
Expert economic assessment report.
Thank you. The second question I have is on the following paragraph. It talks about the 10-year outlook summary report for hotel investment in the region, and talks to approximately 60 rooms being identified as required for the hinterland region over the next 10 years. That report was done in 2023. Is there any reason to believe that that information is different based on today's figures?
Through the Chair. No, that's a reasonably recent report. I would say that that's current.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, I'll speak to the motion now. Up front, I've heard the word blunt instrument for the planning scheme quite a bit, and let's not use that in terms of scenic amenity. Well, you know, that cuts both ways. That's a blunt instrument in terms of stopping inappropriate high-rise development in our coastal strip. It's a blunt instrument in terms of stopping inappropriate industrial activity in residential areas. We can't have it both ways when you want to when it comes to the planning scheme. And some of the rhetoric that I've heard today, quite frankly, is really alarming and disturbing. I haven't heard many people in the community say, please stop using the blunt instrument of the planning scheme to protect our scenic amenity. Please privatise more of our view lines for business at the expense of the community. I haven't heard people say that. So to hear some of that rhetoric that I've heard today, from my perspective, it's very, very clear what the officer's recommendation has been, that this cannot be conditioned to comply with the assessment benchmarks. And we've heard a whole lot of discussion, if I can call it that, around what you can engineer on the site and just the talk about view lines. It's not just about view lines on its own. It's about the scale and intensity of the use in that area being inconsistent with a rural use. A code assessable application of this nature is 8 cabins. This is 38. So it's not just about views. Views is one thing, but it is about the scale and intensity and the bulk of the building, whether it's visible from the road or not. The engineering that is required on that site is of an urban nature that is outside of the rural character. And it's one thing to say you can engineer things, but the response that I've had sometimes is, yes, you can engineer things, but it's not advisable to do so. And the reality is, while I respect Councillor Johnson immensely, I also respect the town plan and I respect the intent that has been put into this document for many, many years about protecting our scenic amenity and our rural settings, because when we come to talk about planning matters in the future and blunt instruments, I know that there are going to be people in this room saying we should be upholding the planning scheme for X, Y and Z. And if we walk away from that at this point, then that conversation is going to be a very short one. So I won't be supporting Councillor Johnston's motion this morning. I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation if we don't get to that stage.
Thank you, Councillor Banag. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I might just have a couple of questions. Some have already been answered, but one was lightly touched on the economic benefits of this proposal for the wedding industry in the hinterland. I know we have some of our economic development officers in the room. I was wondering if we might hear from them about their views on the economic benefits of this proposal. Sorry, I forgot you couldn't walk.
Good morning. Through you, through the chair. In terms of the modelling that we had done for this project, it's estimated there's $20 million in value add, and there will be 94 jobs created through the construction period. And then in terms of the ongoing sort of operational benefits, that's been modelled at 3.6 million in terms of value add annually, and 37 local jobs, both direct and indirect.
Thank you. I might speak to the motion now. I'm still undecided as to how I'm going to vote. So, Councillor Johnston, your final closing remarks better be good. I have an issue with. I had an issue with the steepness of the slope, and that has been spoken about. I had an issue with the visual amenity of the site, and we've had a lot of discussion about the views being blocked one way or another with a building or with vegetation or with a fence. It's not necessarily just that the view is blocked, it's about what is the character and the amenity of the area. So you're either looking at a large-scale building or you're looking at vegetation. They're two very different things, while the view might be blocked. I'm very much in favour for the reason of the development proposal, having additional accommodation on site in conjunction with a wedding facility, particularly in the hinterland. And there are examples of such facilities throughout the region. I have two in my area. One is a very well-known, another wedding venue, Yandina Station, who long ago received an approval for additional cabins on site. Now, it is different in terms of this application. It is not one large-scale building, it is a number of cabins, and we have other venues who follow suit that exceed the 6 to 8 cabins on site. So I'm supportive of that premise. I'm not sure I'm supportive of the scale of the building. And I think the views can be blocked one way or another, but it's dependent upon what the view is going to be blocked with that matters. So I will reserve my right to see how I vote one way or the other once the final closing statements have been made.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. A question, if I may, please, particularly about the treatment of the sewerage and black water on the site. You made a comment that this was going to be happening on another lot, not the lot where the building is. Is that correct?
Through the chair, there's two sites as part of the application: the Maleny Manor site and the site to the south. The application is proposing to use the Maleny Manor site for an application area for the effluent disposal.
Okay, and this would be treating all of the material on site, not carrying it off the site.
Through the chair, the applicant's proposing to use a partial pump out scenario, so they'll be pumping out the black water and a partial on-site treatment area for the grey water.
Okay. I'm concerned that some of the sewage treatment on one lot is being dealt with on another lot, and what happens in the future if those two lots part company from one another? What happens then to the treatment system?
Through the chair, in any condition of approval, an easement could be conditioned requiring that over the land application area. So if there was the sale of land, the easement would preserve the right for that other land to utilise the site for that purpose.
But that would likely rest upon people doing good due diligence and sorting out an easement before a sale. A sale could go through and then it becomes a problem that would be very hard to solve.
Yeah. Through the chair, the easement would be required to be established prior to commencement of any use, so it would run on the title of the land.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak to the motion briefly. Heard a lot of comment. For me, I represent the hinterland. I understand the issues. One of the things that has been overlooked in my view is that when people talk of the views and trees and vegetation and weeds, they grow, they live, they die. The view is changing all of the time. So it's never particularly consistent. There was mention of all the views you get in Montville through these buildings, but Montville is not in the rural zone. This is a development proposal in the rural zone. And as such, it's quite different from what happens in Montville. Driving along the range, we've heard others mention views. Generally, it's about trees, whether they're native or weeds. They're still trees, they come and they go. And the view changes all of the time around that and changes with the seasons, such as we have on the coast here. But once you put a building of this bulk and scale there, it's there probably minimum 50 years. I guess the scale of this investment would be a minimum of 50 years to get a return on that investment. So we know that we've got a bulk and scale that doesn't meet the planning scheme, doesn't suit the rural code zone, and I've got grave concerns of building on that steepness of slope, and as has been identified by the officer's report, it alarms me given the way the escarpment drops off there. And we didn't begin to talk about, and I don't recall much of the bushfire requirements around there, of when a bushfire goes up an escarpment and how rapidly that can occur. That's not even been mentioned at all. So there are concerns. So I won't be supporting this, this motion as it stands at the moment. It just is not suitable at that location, and thank you for your report and the demonstration of that.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Burns.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. Probably similar to Councillor Suarez, I'm slightly unsure right now. I do actually respect Councillor Johnson as a divisional councillor and his efforts to actually represent his community and arguments regarding the scenic amenity of this site particularly, and how that does or doesn't fit naturally across the broader scenic amenity area of our hinterland. The things of deep concern to me are the absolute opportunity to create a precedent to our planning scheme. I tend to agree with Councillor Bunnag's commentary around that the planning scheme is the instrument we require in a whole variety of mechanisms. And is it an imperfect document in ways? And at times, yes, it is. That is the purpose of it, though. It actually provides us capacity to direct and plan and ensure that we get the best outcomes that will be for our future. Is that always simple and straightforward? No. I do note that the challenges of the steepness of the site, and that is of deep concern to me. I note the sewage discharge, traffic implications, and that potentially there's even an improvement according to this application, but particularly just that it's actually out of keeping with the general rural code. And I think that's something that we do need to be really mindful of, that the hinterland is a significant part of our region. It's an important part of our region, and to protect our rural coded areas is something that I think we should be holding up quite highly. And so I appreciate the officer's efforts in bringing this, the contention in that. I appreciate, Councillor Johnson, your advocacy for your community. And so I look forward to hearing the final comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, thank you for the report. I just have a couple of questions. Again, still sitting on the fence. But there's been lots of questions asked already. But we've taken a look and we've noticed that there's a driveway in the parking that's closest to the road that comes off that road. Do we know how far it is from the road to the first building?
Through the chair, the road frontage does sort of curve, so it does vary, but I think it's between 15 and 20 metres setback of the main building from the road frontage.
Okay, 15 to 20 metres, yeah, yep. And just confirming that SARA have said that there wouldn't be vegetation to be able to be grown all along that frontage greater than 1 metre, is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
And then with that proposal and the changes that they have suggested or recommended for that road, has there ever been any suggestion of them looking at the speed limit? Because it's 80 k's right now.
Through the chair, the Department of Main Roads assessed the proposal's impact on the state-controlled road. They didn't recommend any changes to speed limits as part of that conditions, or they've just recommended a number of road upgrades along their frontage of the site.
Thank you. And have we heard directly from the commercial businesses on the opposite side of the road? Have they come to council and put their submissions in?
Through the chair, yes, we received submissions from the restaurant owner on the opposite side of the road and also the motel on the opposite side of the road. They were part of the submissions.
Yep. And can you just let us know what they were? Yeah.
Through the chair, so they were raising issues of impacts on view lines, traffic, environmental issues, ecology issues.
Okay. And have we heard in any of those submissions anything from Sunshine Coast Tourism or Hinterland Tourism?
Through the chair, no, we haven't received any submissions from that group.
From either?
Neither.
I agree, there's been lots of discussion, so keep it short. And yes, I agree, I'm in the hinterland too, and understand and recognise the need for accommodation and different types of accommodation for people in the hinterland. It's not just caravanners and RVers coming through. We've got people who are after anything from 3 to 5 star accommodation, right, across the hinterland, and we are in need of that. Of course, there is the concern about the businesses across the road and the amenity and what they will be looking at as well. Also can recognise that that is a road at the moment. At the moment, you can see lots of weeds. I understand exactly what Councillor Winston was saying, because I drive that road a lot myself, and that's the vegetation that's growing there. And then comes the argument and conversation that we've been having about what is rural amenity and what that looks like, that Councillor Law was also referring to. So I'm also concerned but was satisfied with the engineering and how they would overcome the building on the slope at 25 degrees. I think that can be dealt with because we've got evidence of that right across the coastline, particularly along Mary Queen Cross Road there as well. And I also agree that we need to be constantly aware of the integrity of the planning scheme. So that's where this starts to get a little bit grey for me, because I'm torn in both directions, because I understand the economic value for our wedding industry and for our accommodation across the coast and bringing tourists in, as well as the need to make sure that we stick with our rural amenity. So I too am going to wait for Councillor Winston's incredible closing remarks to push this over the edge. So on the fence, can see the pros, can see the cons. Thank you to the officers who have put in an incredible amount of support work into this report, because I know you have, and constantly answering our questions. So thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll hold there.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Could I just direct a question to Mr Alderson? Are we aware of any other development applications currently within the hinterland that are dependent on the Scenic Amenity Overlay Code? So are there any development applications right now waiting on this decision which may impact the assessment of other DAs?
Through the chair, there are a number of applications in adjacent scenic amenity routes where that is being assessed. I'm not aware of any in the hinterland area which are obstructing the views to this extent.
Okay. Just through the Mayor, can I also ask if Mr Patey's in the room? I think I might have seen him off the camera there a bit. Mr Patey, is there a potential route here regarding a planning scheme amendment for the site? Is there any work strategic planning could do on this site to essentially get it a code-assessable approval?
Mr Patey, if you'd come to the microphone there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, look, it's always open to Council to, of course, prepare planning scheme amendments. Some things on my mind are how that would be facilitated in this situation to address the issues that we know exist in the scheme around scenic amenity. So, in effect, they would have to be washed away or treated differently, and it probably couldn't be site selective. It would probably have to be something that was dealt with more generally across scenic routes and how Council wants to deal with them from a public policy position.
Thank you, Mr Patey. Madam Mayor, if I could just quickly speak on this. You know, I was pretty satisfied with the officer's report and recommendation. However, I've not seen Councillor Johnston go to this level of debate, particularly for an issue in his area. As he said, he's always backed the planning scheme the best he can, and for him to be here today proposing something like this as an alternative certainly gives me a feeling that I need to stand back a bit and listen. I also appreciated Councillor Natoli's debate. Actually, in fact, I thought it was the best. I very much appreciated the facts and views he brought to it. So what I'm going to do, I, like other councillors, may just listen to the closing debate from Councillor Johnston. You know, in a perfect world, it would be great if we could treat this application on its own and it didn't have any impacts anywhere else in the Sunshine Coast community, because if it was treated on its own and it didn't set a precedent, I think for me it would be a very easy decision to say yes today. With those comments made, I'm going to wait for Councillor Johnston's closing debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillors, I rise now to speak to this motion. I think the fact that we have so many conflicted councillors here right now does indicate the level of complexity in this issue, and I do want to recognise the local councillor, his understanding of the region, of his people and what he is representing there. I also want to acknowledge the integrity of the planning scheme and how important that is to the councillors seated here in the chamber today. To me, the planning scheme is a contract that we as council have between us and our people. And only through a really significant reason should that be overridden at any time. This site is a rural zone. There are a number of conditions, as listed in the report, which our officers believe cannot be conditioned in order to comply. And I think that is one of the things that is resonating with councillors here today, because that in and of itself leads us to question what we should do. I am a large supporter of local business. I have been a large supporter of hinterland tourism and business, and therein lies the conflict for us all today. However, if we look back to that document, to the one document that we can hold and say is our commitment to the people of the Sunshine Coast, that is the planning scheme. The fact that we could be setting a precedent here for rural sectors right across our region is a concern for me, and that is therefore the underlying principle where I believe at this moment that I will not be able to support Councillor Johnston's motion here as it stands right now. And with that, Councillor Johnston, it's over to you to close.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologise that my presentation today isn't up to my usual standard. I'm suffering from type 2 diabetes, and at the present moment I'm a little bit shaky. It's interesting that certain councillors have quoted at length in relation to the provisions of the report and the town plan, etc., when in actual fact I feel that, and I believe very strongly that some of the recommendations in their original motion, which resolution to refuse it, are wrong. And also, the fact of the matter is that there's been a number of things said today where, for instance, a slope of 25%. The reality of the situation is that the main building is on a slope of 10%, not 25%. Yes, it drops away on the other side of it. The cabins are on a slope of 12%, not 25%. This is an escarpment that comes along here, and it does drop away from there. The effluent situation is adequately dealt with, and an easement will have to be provided for the operation and treatment of effluent from both the Maleny Manor and also from this facility, which is owned by the same people. This is a $24 million plus project for the Maleny area. They don't come along every day. And it provides an accommodation facility which meets our town planning, not our town plan, meets our policy within council. We have other facilities, for instance, Tranquil Park, which is on the Mountain View Road, which actually blocks out about 140 metres, not just from a building, but also from at road level car park and associated buildings, and that's a view line through to the Glasshouse Mountains. Another situation is that the council's own independent peer reviewer has made a number of recommendations which are contrary to what our planners are saying we should do. And so, what was the point of getting a peer reviewer who comes up with requirements and recommendations which are contrary to what we think as a council if we don't take some notice of it? And in the questions I asked earlier on, I outlined numerous of those observations and recommendations from that planner, or from that peer reviewer. In relation to it being a blunt instrument, I didn't say that. I've never said it was a blunt instrument. Another councillor did. And when it comes to the petition that came in late, does anybody know what the people who signed that petition were told before they signed it? I don't think the planners do. Right? And the reality of the situation is it was an online petition as well. You can just get, and people from all over Australia and people from overseas signed it. And I've spoken to a few of the people that I know who signed the petition locally, and they said that they were told that the view line would be blocked out. And they were shown a photo which was the first iteration of the application, not the subsequent iteration. So it's sort of...
Councillor, are you wrapping up now?
This is a facility that we desperately need in the hinterland, and it's desperately needed by the operator of this facility. So they don't come along every day, and I would encourage councillors to support my recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So, councillors, I will put the motion for approval to the vote. Those in favour? Councillors Landsberg, Natoli, Johnston and Broderick? And Dixon.
And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Those against? Councillors Burns, Hungerford, Bunag, Suarez, Law and Mayor Natoli. The motion is carried. Oh, lost. Oh my gosh. The motion is lost. Thank you, councillors. I now require a motion. Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Hungerford is moving the recommendation for the officer's recommendation. Councillor Hungerford, do I have a seconder? Councillor Law. Okay, Councillor Hungerford, would you speak now to the motion?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm really concerned that a vote went so close when it's so important to the integrity of our town plan. That's very concerning. If you want to amend the town plan, do it in the first instance. Don't do it by DA. It's the first thing they teach you when you do a planning course. It's Rule 101. It's been very clear on this. The application does not comply with, nor can be conditioned to comply with the assessment benchmarks contained in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014. We're currently doing a new town plan. That's the place to put those arguments up and make any changes. Do it so it applies to everyone across the community fairly and evenly and people get to have input into it, not by DA. So I'm very pleased that the majority of councillors have stuck with the town plan because it's not just a blunt instrument, it's not just a guide, it is our contract with our community. It's designed with input from the community, with planners, strategic planners. Is a town plan ever perfect? No. Can't be perfect because no one will be happy with every provision in it. But it is our best attempt to have order, structure and forward planning and how the area goes forward. So with this one here, I thank councillors for that. And the decision we're making here is the correct and responsible decision on this application and it preserves the integrity of our town plan at this point in time. So I urge you, councillors, to support the officer's recommendation. It is the proper recommendation against the benchmarks in our town plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to say I'm disappointed that this is a lost opportunity for the site and I wish that the applicant in their original application had have put something forward that would have met the needs that they required for their business, but perhaps in a different form. And that's why I couldn't support your alternative motion, Councillor Winston. So I'll have to support the officer's recommendation, but with sadness in my heart.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It gives me the opportunity to actually clarify the term blunt instrument. If council was serious about protecting scenic amenity, it would just go and buy that land and protect it, have total control, not use the planning scheme for that purpose. We saw how McEnroth decided to protect, the rural land by making subdivision almost impossible because you needed 200 hectares to divide into two 100-hectare lots. That's how he managed to do it. And he used that instrument to be able to get an outcome that delivered what the state government wanted at the time. It impacted every rural person that wanted to retire on land because they no longer could do that when they got too old. So, the instruments aren't always the right instrument, and that's the point I was trying to make. The planning scheme here, yes, it's got all the measures to protect and all of the other provisions that is there to give people confidence that we have, but it's not if you want to achieve scenic amenity, maybe there's a better way, a much more strategic plan that actually provides us the ability to be able to control vegetation, fencing, any other provision other than just buildings. And so that's the point I was trying to make about using the planning scheme to try and preserve those rural views.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. No one else? Councillors, very difficult decision. We've heard a lot of debate here this morning. I will now put the motion. Oh, Councillor Hungerford. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Okay, so I'm now putting the motion for refusal to the vote. So those in favour of refusal. Councillors Burns, Hungerford, Bunnag, Suarez, Law and Mayor Natoli, and Councillor Dixon as well. Okay. Those against. Councillor Broderick, Landsberg, Natoli, Johnston. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers, for that mammoth debate. We will now pause for morning tea. Thank you. Welcome back. We are resuming the meeting now and we are moving to item 8.2 and we welcome Ms Johnson to provide a presentation. So over to you and thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors, CEO. Today I'm here to present a report on a development application for a material change of use for outdoor sport and recreation, being an aero modelling club on Yandina Coolum Road at Valdora. The application is before Council today due to the level of community interest in the application. The subject site comprises 2 rural lots with a total area of 107 hectares, located at 801 to 845 Yandina Coolum Road, accessed from 76 to 88 Dines Road. The site's located immediately north of the Sunshine Coast Solar Farm. The land is low-lying and forms part of the Blue Heart, located to the north of the Maroochy River. The site is within the rural zone under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014, and the land surrounding the site is also included in the rural zone, apart from the adjoining solar farm, which is included in the community facilities zone. The site is overlooked by properties located to the west of Valdora Road, located in the foothills of Mount Ninderry and included in the rural residential zone. The proposed aero modelling club involves establishing 2 grass runways with a pilot area positioned to the northeast of the runway axis. A small transportable building is proposed to contain an office and storage area and provide toilet amenities for members and visitors. The development is proposed to have all-weather gravel access from Dines Road via existing farm tracks within the site. A gravel car parking area is proposed to be established to provide 10 car parking spaces for members and visitors. The application indicates a maximum of 20 club members are likely to attend the site on any operating day and up to a total of 40 people on the site, including friends and family. To minimise impacts, the applicant has identified that the club would have no more than 5 model aircraft in operation at any time. The airfield is centrally located within the site and the outer perimeter of the overfly buffer area is 50 metres away from the nearest site boundary. The use is required to comply with all industry rules and regulations, including the requirements of the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, or CASA. The applicant advises that model aircraft would be flown no more than 120 metres above ground level. The club is a member of the Model Aeronautical Association of Australia and of Queensland, and those associations offer educational programs, insurance and a framework for rules to govern the safe operation of model aircraft. The application was referred to the State Assessment and Referral Agency for concurrence agency assessment due to being on a state transport corridor. The department provided a referral agency response, which included a condition that direct access was not permitted from Yandina Coolum Road and the subject site. The application was also referred to the Sunshine Coast Airport, who were unable to provide comment without advice from Air Services. The applicant since advised that they didn't intend to make an application to Air Services as the development was not within the operational airspace and meets the CASA requirements. A total of 262 submissions were made during the public notification period, including 208 properly made submissions. There were 145 submissions made objecting to the proposal, with issues raised including risks from accidents to people, property and road users, noise impacts, visual impacts, threats to livestock and horse riders, traffic and dust impacts. And the matters raised in the 116 submissions supporting the proposal included information about the way the club operates, distance from surrounding premises being adequate to lessen safety, visual or noise impacts, why the site suits the need of the club, and the personal and community benefits of the club. There's a summary on the slide just there. So this slide shows the location of submitters. So the red dots are objections to the proposal and the green dots show support for the proposal. So as you can see, the green dots showing the support comes from across the broader Sunshine Coast region, whereas the objections are located in concentration around the subject site. So the key assessment considerations are listed for you there. The application is impact assessable and has been assessed against the whole of the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014. Based on the outcomes sought by the planning scheme and the matters raised in submission, these are the key considerations which I'll take you through in more detail now. So the development involves an activity within proximity to the Sunshine Coast Airport. The minimum obstacle limitation surface within the proposed flight zone and buffer area is 130 metres above ground level. The applicant has identified that this activity would involve model aircraft being flown to a maximum height of 120 metres. Many submissions were made in relation to concerns about the noise from the proposed use, particularly about the operation of jet engine models. The noise impact assessment submitted confirmed that the use would satisfy the noise criteria of the planning scheme at nearby sensitive receivers. The nearest sensitive receiver is the dwelling associated with the equestrian centre to the north, which is located approximately 700 metres away from the location of the airfield. The image on the right there shows the noise levels generated if 6 jet engine aircraft were being operated at the same time, with the dark green line indicating when noise impacts would be at an acceptable level. Importantly, only 5 model aircraft are proposed to be operated at a time, so the noise impacts would be less than those modelled. The site is in a high-value scenic area and fronts Yandina Coolum Road, which is mapped as a scenic route. While the airfield would be visible from the Mountain Injury Lookout, the scale and bulk of the buildings proposed would have minimal impact on the expansive view of the valley and broader landscape. The proposed airfield is located over 350 metres away from Yandina Coolum Road, and the height of the buildings would not impede any views to the significant landscape features in the distance. With regards to traffic, council officers are satisfied that the use would not generate any impacts to the function of the major road corridor or cause an unreasonable level of risk to road users. The low level of traffic was determined to be comparable to the type of development expected to occur within a rural area and unlikely to result in any significant impacts to the safety and function of Dines Road. Amenity impacts from dust and noise from vehicles would be limited to a few dwellings on Dines Road. The site contains good quality agricultural land and is used for agricultural purposes. The airfield and associated parking areas and buildings are proposed to be located on the edge of the Class C land in a location that would minimise impact to agricultural production on the site. The land is located within the western periphery of the Blue Heart and subject to flooding and storm tide inundation. To ensure the development does not compromise natural tidal progression, it was considered appropriate to include a condition requiring the use be limited to a 10-year period. Outdoor sport and recreation is a potentially consistent use in the rural zone and may occur where assessment has determined that the use is appropriate, having regard to the location, nature, scale and intensity. As previously discussed, the assessment found that the location would not result in any significant impacts or departure from the outcomes sought for the rural zone, as the development site is adequately separated from surrounding premises and would maintain the utility of good quality agricultural land. The nature of the use was also determined to be compatible with the range of uses expected to occur in the rural zone, including uses occurring on the site and the surrounding area, which also involve the operation of machinery that makes noise during the day and would not have any nighttime impacts. Furthermore, the Area Modelling Club is proposed to be relatively small scale, involving a maximum of 40 people to the site on any operating day, and the intensity of the use would be limited to a maximum of 5 model aircraft being operated at any time. The assessment also considered other relevant matters that may warrant approval or refusal of an application under the Planning Act, including planning need, locational requirements for the use, site suitability and community benefit. Whilst the matters of need, site suitability and community benefit assist to support approval of the application, they've not been relied upon as grounds for approval, as the application material demonstrates sufficient compliance with the planning scheme in relation to the nature, scale and intensity of the use in the location proposed. On balance, the assessment found that the potentially consistent use would not result in any significant impacts and would sufficiently comply or could be conditioned to comply with the outcomes sought by the planning scheme. The proposal is therefore recommended for approval subject to the imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to present a motion for this report. My motion reads that Council A, receive and note the report titled Material Change of Use to Premises to Establish Outdoor Sport and Recreation, Aero Modelling Club, and B, refuse application number MCU 24/0113 situated at 76 to 88 Dines Road and 801 to 845 Yandina Coolum Road, Valdora, for a material change of use to establish an outdoor sport and recreation Aero Modelling Club for the following reasons. Traffic. The site is serviced by a gravel road which does not achieve the minimum standard required for an outdoor sport and recreation use. 2, the provision of car parking spaces is insufficient for proposed intensity of the use. 3, accordingly, the proposed development demonstrates non-compliance with the following assessment benchmarks of the planning scheme: Transport and Parking Code, overall outcome C and D, performance outcomes 3 of table 9.4.8.3.1 and performance outcomes 17 and 22 of table 9.4.8.3.2. And secondly, Rural Zone Code overall outcome to section S. Visual amenity. Yandina Coolum Road is identified as a scenic route and the site is located in a high value scenic area that is characterised by open rural land. The proposed buildings would be visible from surrounding elevated areas, including the ranges and lookout from Mount Ninderry. The proposed development would impede views to the significant landscape features in the distance and would not protect the significant landscape elements that contribute to the unique character and identity of the Sunshine Coast. And 7, accordingly, the proposed development demonstrates non-compliance with the following assessment benchmarks of the planning scheme: Rural Zone Code, overall outcome L and N, and Scenic Amenity Overlay Code, overall outcome 2A1 and 4, and performance outcomes 1-6 of table 8.2.12.3.1. Flooding. The site is impacted by regional flooding and would be entirely inundated in a major flood event. The site is also subject to relatively regular low-level flood events that would affect safe access to the airfield and would inundate the airfield, making it unsuitable for flying model aircraft. 9, any buildings to be located on the site are not proposed to be located above the flood level. 10, the site may be subject to tidal inundation due to climate change in the medium term, and it is considered inappropriate to allow development to occur on the site that would compromise natural tidal progression. 11, accordingly, the proposed development demonstrates non-compliance with the following assessment benchmarks of the planning scheme. The Rural Zone Code, overall outcome R, and Flood Hazard Overlay Code, overall outcomes 2A, C and D, and performance outcomes 3 and 9 of table 8.2.7.3.2. Noise and dust. The development proposes inadequate separation from sensitive uses in the surrounding area and would result in a substantial impact on the amenity and character of Valdora Valley. 13, the use of Dines Road, an unsealed gravelled road, to access the site will contribute to amenity impacts for residents' properties from noise and dust. It has not been sufficiently demonstrated that the development site is located to ensure that noise emissions do not unreasonably impact on the surrounding sensitive receivers and residential premises. 15, accordingly, the proposed development demonstrates non-compliance with the following assessment benchmarks of the planning scheme. 1, nuisance code, purpose and overall outcomes 1A, 2A1, and performance outcome 1.9 of table 9.4.3.3.1 and rural zone code overall outcome F. Acid sulphate soils. 16, the development application has not provided sufficient information in relation to acid sulphate soils investigation or management plan. 17, accordingly, the proposed development demonstrates non-compliance with the following assessment benchmarks of the planning scheme. 1, acid sulphate soils overlay code, overall outcomes 2A, and the performance outcomes 1A and B of table 8.2.1.3.1. Airports and aviation facilities. The development application has not provided sufficient information in relation to whether the activity would result in any intrusion into the operational airspace of the Sunshine Coast Airport. Accordingly, the proposed development demonstrates non-compliance with the following assessment benchmarks of the planning scheme. 1, airport environs overlay code, overall outcome 2A, and performance outcome 1 of table 8.2.2.3.2. And secondly, state planning policy part E, infrastructure, strategic airports and aviation facilities, assessment benchmarks, strategic airports and aviation facilities. Relevant matters, there is no economic, planning or community need for the proposed development. 21, on the material currently before Council, compliance with the assessment benchmarks cannot be achieved by the imposition of conditions. And 22, there are no discretionary matters which warrant approval of the proposed development. And then further to that, C, I request that the Chief Executive Officer review the Regional Facilities Plan for difficult to locate sports as endorsed by Council on the 28th of March 2019 and provide Council with an update of activities undertaken to progress a regional aeromodelling facility. And part 1, advocate to the Queensland Government for assistance to facilitate the establishment of a regional aeromodelling facility. And secondly, to undertake a review of council-owned land that may be suitable for relocation of the Sunshine Coast Model Flyers Incorporated Club as a local club by May 2025 and make the findings of that review available to all stakeholders.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Suarez. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bunag. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Suarez, would you like to speak to the motion now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been advised by Councillor Bunag not to use the term blunt instrument, or he has threatened to use a blunt instrument on me, so I'd like to report Councillor Bunag for harassment.
Duly noted, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As heard in the presentation, outdoor sport and recreation, and it's also in the report, is a potentially consistent use in the rural zone, but only where further assessment has determined that the use is appropriate in the zone, having regard to such matters as its location, its nature, scale and intensity. And that will be the crux of my debate today. There are two valid considerations to this application. There is no doubt that Suncoast Model Flyers are a well-loved club and have a number of members who benefit greatly from the social nature of the activities that occur. And they have been displaced and need to find a new location. And secondly, there is no doubt that residents in the surrounding locality will be subjected to impacts by the club's activities when you compare existing uses to the uses outlined in this application. With these two opposing considerations in mind, the main thing that councillors need to weigh their decision on goes back to the planning scheme. The use is a potentially consistent use, but only when the location, nature, scale and intensity is taken into account. So is this the right location? Proximity to the airport. Council relied on an email from MAAQ, which is the Model Aero Association of Queensland, and their advice stated that the land at 7688 Dines Road meets all the requirements outlined by CASA to operate planes to 400 feet. This advice was not uploaded to Development Eye, and thank you, Deborah, for providing that to me this morning. However, the image was cut off, but that's okay. I've got some more information I can go to. I did find a document from MAAQ, which was from their general meeting on the 21st of November 2023. And they talked about airspace suitability, and it states that it is in the controlled airspace, so will require an area approval for operation over 400 feet. Now, the club doesn't propose to operate over 400 feet, but if they did, they would require an approval. If I could ask meeting management to upload a photo that I took earlier. I did ask council if we ourselves undertook any investigations to find out whether or not the Model Aero Club required approval from CASA. And CASA says in their advisory circular AC 101-3 version 2, flying a model aircraft or drone for recreation or education. And in that document it states, controlled aerodromes 3.1.3.5, model aircraft weighing more than 250 grams must not operate within 3 nautical miles, which is 5.5 kilometres, or over or within the approach and departure paths of a controlled aerodrome. This, now, I don't know where that goes from. Does it go from the runway? Does it go from the property boundary? Does it go to the end of the runway? Does it the airport runway? Does it go to the airport property boundary? So I took a couple of measurements, and to be most generous, I took the distance from the overfly area to the end of runway 31, which was 5.69 kilometres, just outside of that zone. If it's from boundary to boundary, it's 4.83 kilometres, which is within CASA's requirement to have that approval. The second thing as well is the airport is currently undergoing its post-implementation review, and while it is outside of the flight area, I might just bring up MAAQs. Actually, Tegan, can you bring up in your presentation was an image that looked similar to this that showed the overfly area? Yes, that's all. No. That one, yes, thank you. So you can see, I haven't got accurate measurements, but you can see the overfly area to the north of the Model Air Club site to where the airport overfly zone is not very far, approximately 100 metres. The site from the overfly area on the eastern side to the airport area is approximately 200 metres. I don't have accurate distance, so very close. Part of the post-implementation review has received submissions, and one from another area of the region, which is actually going to negatively impact the Valdora people if it gets approved. It is currently under investigation, and it is to realign that flight path slightly further west, which will change those overlay areas. So it's situated well, it's outside, it's only just outside. So location is an issue. It's also flooded. The buildings were relocated to the site.
Councillor Suarez, would you like an extension of time?
I may.
Okay, so Councillor Johnston moved, seconded Councillor Hungerford. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Flooded location. The buildings were relocated to the site prior to the application being lodged, and it is my understanding that the buildings, including the amenities building that has a self-contained sewerage system requiring pump outs, is not located above the floor level required for that flood area. In page 59 of the agenda, in the detailed assessment report, it says that access road does not achieve minimum standard required for a rural access place and may not ordinarily be considered particularly suitable for an outdoor sport and recreation use. Preferably, it is to be provided with access via a sealed road. We know that requiring the club to seal the road is too big of an ask. The other question is access to this site, whether there will be events or not events. The club have indicated they do not intend to have an event at this time. The club has had events in the past, and I actually would encourage the club to have events if they were located in a suitable location. The events bring people to the club and let them show their skills off to the broader community. It gets extra people interested in the club and perhaps provides additional membership for the club. So by restricting them to not have any events, to restrict the use, the impacts on the road is actually hamstringing the club. The future probable need to raise the access road into the site to provide suitable evacuation to the site is eventually going to need fill. As we know, in this area, it is quite inundated, and we have had a strong stance of no further intensification on our rural properties in that location. This is a changing landscape, potentially with no-fly zones going over the club's area, and it will definitely flood in the future. When I look at nature and noise, noise is a complex topic. The noise report has measured effects with the use of decibels, and what's important to understand with the measurement of decibels is it's not linear. So 5 decibels and 10 decibels. 10 decibels is not double, it's different. The 3 decibel rule means that the sound energy is doubled, but not necessarily the sound perception. An increase of 10 decibels, no matter where you are on the decibel scale, is a perceived doubling of noise. However, some studies, because it is subjective, some studies have indicated that that can be a range between 5 to 10 decibels with the perceived doubling of noise. Rural areas have lower ambient noise levels than urban areas, and ambient noise has been identified as a factor that influences the perception of noise annoyance. And I always use the analogy of if your phone rings in the middle of the day while you're in the office, you just hear your phone ring, and it's not a huge interference. However, when your phone rings in the middle of the night, it is the same noise, but it sounds a lot louder, and that is because the ambient noise level is a lot lower. And that's many of the reasons why people go and buy in these rural areas. It is the frequency of the noise annoyance, not necessarily the loudness of the noise, that could be the impact. Ride-ons, overhead planes, they have much louder noise, but they're not potentially a consistent noise source. Unlike noise that we are going to allow from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m, 6 days a week, with Sundays operating from 12 to 4. Scale, based on current information and assumptions. The membership base is currently approximately 100 members. What happens if a neighbouring venue, who MAAQ identified as probably facing tenure issues, is required to relocate or close down? It would be very convenient to have the clubs amalgamate, which would result in a significant and immediate increase in membership, making the assumptions of scale for the approval in front of us flawed. More members, more traffic, more sessions, longer flying times. Is it a local club, or will it be used as a competition venue? The report is conflicting, and the scale of use is vital in determining the noise, traffic, dust and visual impacts. The applicant says, as I mentioned, no comps at this time. I think they are shooting themselves in the foot if they don't have displays and competitions at whatever venue they end up with. The runways on this site are currently assessed. They are cross runways at 175 metres, and the other one is at 200 metres in length. The applicant has advised that the site is proposed to accommodate runways of 300 metres in length. So that also changes the assumptions made in this report. Yes, I need another extension.
Thank you. I'm prepared to allow a second extension of time if I have a mover, Councillor Bunnag, and seconded Councillor Burns. Thank you. Put that to the vote. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Suarez.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Intensity. On page 63 of the report, it states the intensity is limited by the size of the runway and space available for flying. As I mentioned, the size of the runway is in question, and the intensity of use allows for 7 to 4 p.m, 6 days a week, and 12 to 4 on Sundays. In comparison with rural activities, neighbouring landowners don't mow every day. They don't run their tractors every day from 7 till 4. So the noise annoyance is intermittent and sporadic. However, the Aeromodel Club is unlikely to also fly for all hours it is open, but it has the potential to operate every day that weather allows. This site, as mentioned by the officers, suits the need of the club, but it does not suit the needs of the surrounding community, and it does not suit the proximity to the airport and the potential changes that are going there. I look forward to questions. I know a number of councillors will have some questions, and look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the chair. And may I just ask some questions and then reserve the right to speak to the motion?
Certainly.
Thank you. To the officers, and thank you for the extensive report in regards to the work in regards to this MCU proposal. The locational, in the detailed assessment report, it speaks, sorry, I hate talking and my back, so my apologies. In the detailed assessment report, it talks about locational requirements, and the applicant has advised that requirements for a suitable site to accommodate local aeromodelling activities based on the club's experience at the previous Coolum location. Obviously, the need for a 25 hectare site, a flying area of 600 metres by 600 metres. It goes through clear airfield, minimum length of landing and takeoff, a flat, open and obstacle-free flying area, separation from sensitive uses, suitable for prevailing winds, outside of the airport obstacle limitation service and flight path, accessibility to the Sunshine Coast community. And just touching on the alternative motion that's been put up by Councillor Maria, one of the last comments there is obviously to undertake a review of Sunshine Coast owned land, as for a possible relocation for the Aeromodelling Club. Do you feel that there would be other suitable locations on the Sunshine Coast that would meet those requirements?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not something we've investigated extensively as part of this. However, I do understand the club have been searching for a site for the past couple of years since they were aware that they had to relocate. However, yeah, we're assessing the application based on this particular site. So, yeah, I couldn't make a comment on whether there are alternative sites available. However, I understand it has been quite a process to find a site that meets their requirements.
Thank you. And may I ask how many years has the club been operating from the Coolum site?
I believe approximately 20 years from the Coolum site, yep.
And during that period, have we got a record of the number of complaints that council has received over that 20-year period?
It's my understanding that we haven't received any complaints about the operation there. Yep.
So in discussion, you would look at this club as being a responsible, active group of the community in regards to their operational activities?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're looking at the proposal that's in front of us and exactly what they're proposing on this particular site. So that's probably more of what our assessment is based on rather than necessarily looking at how they operated because I understand they did operate in a different capacity at the alternate site.
In regards to the days of use, the report speaks around average 273 days a year, and obviously you've got to have suitable weather conditions. I believe the remote control planes don't like flying above 15 kilometres an hour. In relation to, obviously, the Sunshine Coast weather, was that just, that data, was that just collected over just a 12-month period annually or over a significant period of time?
Yeah, I'm probably unable to answer that one. I'm sorry, in terms of that weather, I'm not sure.
Councillors, executive members of the gallery, welcome back. Hooray for technology, I say. Welcome to those of you who are online. And we continue today, moving to item 8.3, and we welcome Mr. Martin to present this item. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. Through the chair, this item relates to proposed changes to the planning framework for Birtinya Town Centre. I'm joined here with the rest of the project team, James Coots, manager of UGP, second last day in council, Guy Borton, council's coordinator of the transport network, Brooke Kamash, senior planner for the Quanah project, and Sean Slevin, project manager for Quanah and Aura. So they might be able to help me with some questions later. The purpose of this report is to firstly present the outcomes of the community consultation that was held between the 16th of October and the 12th of November, to outline the changes that have been made to the proposed temporary local planning instrument as a result of the feedback received, including in relation to building height, to seek council's approval to proceed with making a temporary local planning instrument for Birtinya Town Centre, and to seek a delegation of authority to the CEO to carry out the subsequent actions required to implement the planning framework changes. So Quanah Waters is a long-standing master plan development that includes all land between Point Cartwright and Curramundi Creek. It was originally Crown land that was used as an army training reserve. In 1960, the state government granted a development lease over the whole area to an original master developer to start constructing roads, infrastructure and lots. The master developer has changed over the years and is currently Stockland. The Crown development lease is currently due to expire in 2030 unless extended, and is administered by what was called the Department of Resources until the state election. I think they now have a new name. Council did own some of the land that was thrown into the lease area in 1960, and as a result, council earns a 2.5% commission for each lot that is freeholded and sold out of the lease, and that money goes into the Quanah Waters Community Development Fund, which was used to construct Venue 114, amongst other things. In the mid-90s, a new master planning system was introduced for the remaining areas of Quanah Waters due to some shortfalls in park provision and community facility provision that had occurred in the earlier developments. Under that system, the Development Control Plan number 1 and the Development Agreement were introduced. This system obligates the master developer to prepare and have approved a series of master plans before they can develop land in Quanah Waters. It also obligates the master developer to provide all the necessary trunk infrastructure to service the development. The town centre site was nominated in the original Development Control Plan in 1996. It's the blue dot up on the map, and it had a 10-storey height limit proposed ever since then. The town centre is now the final piece of the development lease to be developed, so when the town centre is developed, that will be the conclusion of the Quanah Waters development lease. There is a current master plan for Birtinya Town Centre that Council approved in 2017. It had a 10-storey height limit, included up to 20,000 square metres of retail, up to 60,000 square metres of commercial office use, and up to 1,333 dwellings. Parts of the town centre on the western side of Quanah Way have already been developed under this master plan. For example, stage 1 of the Petition Shopping Centre and Vitality Village. Unlike other areas in Quanah Waters, the town centre master plan includes minimum commercial and residential yields as well as maximums to ensure that a minimum amount of town centre activity would be delivered. The existing master plan included 2 key parks, a town square and a precinct park adjacent to the cable stay bridge landing. And one of the features of the current master plan is quite a complex and inflexible approach to land use rules that's driven by traffic modelling rather than urban design reasons. So the proposal is for a reimagined town centre incorporating 3 key changes: an increase in residential yield, increased building heights, and an improved layout. So with regard to residential yields, it is proposed to increase the maximum number of dwellings permitted from 1,333 to 2,600 by shifting unutilised population quotas from already developed parts of the DCP area. The minimum and maximum commercial yields would remain unchanged, and the minimum residential yield would increase, and it would remain at 50% of the maximum, which is the current ratio. With regard to building height, it's proposed to increase the maximum building height in the town centre from 10 to 15 stories generally, with at least 6 buildings capped at 12 stories. It is also proposed to increase the building height allowed on 2 sites at the northern end of Birtinya Island from 8 stories to 10 stories. Oh, sorry, I'll just go back. The third key change is an improved layout with increased open space and a strengthened green spine. So the revised proposal has a 60% increase in public open space, which equates to over 9,700 square metres of additional parkland. A couple of the key changes are that the former town square is now replaced by a significantly larger green spine, which would be a sort of urban parkland connecting all the key activity nodes in the town centre. There's a whole new local park, which I'll just quickly try and point out. So that park's entirely new, 1,100 square metre local park. And the precinct park at the bridge landing is proposed to increase in size by over 1,000 square metres and does still retain the minimum 1,000 square metre kick and throw area. And a couple of other key features of the town centre revised proposal are this area here, which is called a civic plaza, adjacent to a couple of mixed-use development sites. So that would be the sort of civic heart of the town centre. And, well, sorry, I've gone way too far. And this site here would include sort of be a waterfront dining precinct, so have some retail and cafes, restaurants at ground level adjacent to the cable stay bridge, and this site here does lend itself to an integrated hotel development if that's what was to occur. So whenever the master developer seeks to change the DCP and consequently the development agreement, council has an opportunity to negotiate additional community outcomes. In addition to the improved layout and open space, officers were successful in negotiating a number of other important community outcomes. At the last temporary local planning instrument for Quanah Waters, council negotiated the transfer of 4 land parcels along East Bank from Stockland to council. One of the negotiated outcomes here is to increase the use rights of one of those sites to potentially allow for a hotel development. Other negotiated outcomes are the opportunity for 50 affordable dwellings to be co-located with the library on council's site at North Birtinya. Importantly, that a minimum 20% of the additional dwellings in the town centre would be affordable housing. This would be delivered through an affordable housing strategy and implementation plan that the master developer would need to provide, and that would include an annual reporting requirement so that progress with that can be tracked. Another negotiated outcome is the ability to consider an alternative library location and delivery mechanism. And just to explain that quickly, Council currently owns a 7,000 square metre block of land in North Birtinya, about there, which is for a future library, cultural and learning centre. So Stockland's obligation was to provide the land, which they've done, but Council would have to construct the library. There is money in the Community Development Fund, but not enough to cover the full cost of that facility, and given Council's other priorities in the library space, it could be a number of decades before that facility is developed. So the opportunity is for Stockland to actually construct as part of a mixed-use building, a library space within a building in the town centre adjacent to the Civic Plaza for Council to fit out and operate as a library. All that's proposed is to open the door to that to be considered. So there would be a whole separate negotiation required and Council approval if that was to proceed. But at the moment, under the development agreement, there's no option for that to occur. So it's proposed to just allow the option for that consideration to occur. A couple of other things: opportunity for a bar and restaurant to be associated with the boat shed development on coastal owned land at East Bank. That the town centre would include smart city infrastructure, and that Stockland would provide a marine maintenance access for the Western Waterway part of Lake Kawana. So with regard to population reallocation, the DCP has always been planned to accommodate up to 22,410 people distributed across 5 precincts, which are shown up on the map. Kawana Island, Kawana Forest and Creekside, precincts 1, 2 and 5 are now fully developed, and it is proposed to shift the unutilised quotas from those precincts into precinct 3, which is Petition, to accommodate a high number of dwellings within the town centre. Currently, precinct 3 has a maximum population of 9,025 people, and is proposed to shift 2,667 people to increase the maximum to 11,692. Again, no increase to the overall population of Kawana Waters is proposed. Shifting 2,667 people into precinct 3 enables an additional 1,667 dwellings, with up to 1,267 of those proposed within the town centre. The remaining 400 would remain unallocated, allowing for some spare capacity should there be other changes to master planning outside the town centre in future. Birtinya Town Centre is one of the last greenfield sites in the coastal corridor between Caloundra and Maroochydore. It's identified as a major regional activity centre under Shaping SEQ, the State Government Regional Plan, and the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme. The minimum commercial development requirements will ensure a degree of self-containment, so that people living in this precinct would have the opportunity to work, live and recreate in the same area. Increasing the population of the town centre would assist Council in meeting its infill growth targets under Shaping SEQ. So as you'd be aware, Shaping SEQ basically mandates that Council accommodate a certain amount of population growth in the region and a certain percentage of that as urban consolidation, which this would tick the box for. Council also has a long-standing policy to accommodate most urban consolidation in the coastal corridor. The maximum residential density in the town centre would be 100 dwellings per hectare under this proposal, which is still at the lower end of the Shaping SEQ range for a major regional activity centre, being between 40 and 200 dwellings per hectare. And other major regional activity centres that are yet to develop on the coast include Aura Town Centre, which is approved for 100 dwellings per hectare. The additional population in the town centre would also enhance the case for and capitalise on state transport infrastructure projects. And accommodating this number of extra people in Birtinya Town Centre would place less pressure on the road network compared to the same number of additional dwellings in a less central location, because it is proven that residents in the coastal corridor have a lower mode share for private vehicle use than residents in more remote locations. With regard to building height, it's proposed to increase the maximum height limit in the town centre from 10 stories to 15 stories, with at least 6 buildings on 6 sites capped at 12 stories. This would be consistent with the maximum building height set down for the other centres on the Sunshine Coast. Importantly, would not exceed what's permitted in Maroochydore, which is the principal regional activity centre for the region. The proposed height increase will not necessarily result in all buildings being 15 stories. There will be a range of lower level buildings providing an articulated skyline for the town centre. The originally proposed 3 18-storey sites have been removed in response to the community consultation process. And just to explain, in converting stories to metres, a 15-storey building equals a maximum of 49 metres and a 12-storey building equals maximum 40 metres. So with regard to transport considerations, the initial traffic modelling results for the revised town centre proposal indicate the proposed uplift will not cause significant congestion on the road network. The overall yield for Quina Waters is not proposed to exceed the original intent, and that relates to the regional transport network. So while the population is shifting within Quina Waters a little bit, the regional transport network would need to have always been planned to deal with this level of population. Local network improvements will be provided by Stockland where required. The proximity to jobs, services, and public and active transport networks will result in less trips on the road network than for the same number of dwellings in a more remote location. Birtinya Town Centre is one of only 3 locations on the Sunshine Coast where the Direct Sunshine Coast Rail and the Sunshine Coast Public Transport Project are proposed to interface, the other 2 being Caloundra and here at Maroochydore. Construction of the heavy rail is committed to Caloundra, with extension to Birtinya possible by 2032. The initial traffic modelling is based on the ultimate configuration, so basically it assumes that the whole town centre has been developed and also all the planned state transport projects are in place. The interim scenarios will be looked at as part of the next step of the master planning process, and the state may impose interim yield caps to ensure that the development of the town centre matches the development of the planned state transport projects. So in terms of statutory process, a temporary local planning instrument is recommended. This would affect the operation of the Development Control Plan number 1 provisions temporarily while the Development Control Plan is permanently amended. A TLPI would enable the faster delivery of the additional proposed housing, which is important in addressing the housing crisis. It also facilitates opportunities to capitalise on the stimulus of the planned investments into Quina Sports Precinct in the lead up to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The DCP is separate to the new planning scheme, and the timing of the new planning scheme is still unknown. So with regard to community consultation, there's no requirement under legislation for a temporary local planning instrument to include community consultation. However, Council decided to conduct community consultation for this proposal. The consultation exercise matched what would be required for a statutory planning scheme amendment. So it was placed on informal community consultation for 20 business days from 16th of October to 12th of November 2024. The consultation included a dedicated webpage on Council's Have Your Say website, 2 two-hour-long pop-up sessions held at Birtinya Shopping Centre, social media posts and briefings with key stakeholder groups. Council received a total of 758 submissions. 27% were from people aged over 59, 55% were from people aged between 35 and 59, and 18% were from those aged below 35. 216 of the responses were from Birtinya residents. Attachment 1 of the report package contains 3 maps, which map the responses to the 3 multiple choice questions that were asked on the have your say form, and it's colour-coded. So the green dots represent the submitters that supported the question, and the red dots represent the submitters that opposed the question. The majority of opposing submissions are located in the local area. The majority of supporting submissions are from further afield. However, a significant number of supporting submissions are also evident in the local area. So on the first of the multiple choice questions, which was whether or not you support using a TLPI to amend the DCP, the responses were split more or less 50-50. It's noted that 77% of those aged over 59 opposed this question, 55% of those aged between 35 and 59 supported the question, and 79% of those aged under 35 supported the question. On the increase in building height question, there were a slight majority of 52% opposed. 84% of those aged over 59 opposed, 53% of those aged between 35 and 59 supported, and 76% of those aged under 35 supported. On the final one, which was the redistribution of population quotas, again, it's approximately 50-50 overall, with 68% of those aged over 59 opposed, 52% of those aged between 35 and 59 supporting, and 74% of those aged below 35 supporting. As a result of the community consultation exercise, some changes have been made to the proposal. The 3 18-storey building, maximum building height sites have been removed. Building height is being capped at 15 storeys, with at least 6 buildings on 6 sites capped at 12 storeys. The concern that was raised about the accommodation hotel at Eastbank not being included in the purpose of the TLPI has been addressed. It's been included in the purpose. We have amended some historical terms within the DCP document regarding Sunshine Coast Public Transport to reference its current correct name. And we are clarifying that the precinct park adjacent to the Cable Stay Bridge would still contain a minimum 1,000 square metre kick and throw space. The team and I are happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, councillors, someone to move the motion, Councillor Burns, someone to second, Councillor Landsberg. Thank you. Councillor Burns.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. And if I can, I would just like to acknowledge James Cootes. So this is James's second last day at council. James actually retires tomorrow. Apparently he's got better things to do. But it's important to recognise his contribution to this council over about, six years, I think it is, James. James has an incredible wealth of experience. His insight and his intellect into these planning type matters and urban growth projects broadly is exceptional. We've been deeply fortunate, James, to have you as part of our council, providing what is very affectionately called frank and fearless advice and direction. I know that all the councillors here have appreciated that input and that insight over the many years that some of them have been part of this. So all the best with your retirement. Thank you so much for the contribution you've made to the Sunshine Coast throughout how we've developed and how we'll continue to grow as a region. And we wish you all the best, that you won't have to keep driving up and down the Bruce to see your wife on those lovely weekends. So thank you, James, for your contributions. Now, Madam Mayor, I do just want to speak to the motion and I guess commend the motion for consideration and debate today. As we've heard, it's quite an extensive report delivered by Mr Martin. We all know one thing that is true for us on the Sunshine Coast, and that is we are growing. And we actually are growing at a rate that sometimes is hard to fathom. And I know that for our community, it can be really disconcerting and unsettling. That growth, though, isn't just a thing that the Sunshine Coast Council have decided they want to do. The Sunshine Coast Council have been directed and mandated essentially by the state government through the Shaping South East Queensland Plan, which is a regional approach that state governments take to manage and determine growth. This plan, among many other things, actually articulates the broader plan and outlines priorities for the state in the coming years, and these include sustainable growth patterns, which talks about efficient use of land that encourages growth within the existing urban areas and that are more able to be serviced and accessed. It's about accessibility to employment, services, natural areas and amenity. It recognises there are affordable living benefits to utilise land to provide homes close to existing schools, jobs, services and transport. It's not, though, about density everywhere, and it does seek to recognise the importance of green and blue spaces by protecting them. It also includes, through the South East Queensland Regional Plan, Shaping SEQ, more homes faster. And it says, as my computer just shut down, I can't read my notes. It does also talk about, we recognise that there is a shortage and need for diverse and affordable housing types, and we know that particularly to be true here on the Sunshine Coast. And it talks about more social and affordable housing, which includes a 20% social and affordable housing target to help deliver more homes for low and moderate income households. Shaping SEQ also lists as a priority that the well-designed communities, where it talks about quality urban design as a particular outcome, ensuring good built form outcomes for communities with good access to transport, lots of green space and active transport infrastructure. It also outlines integrated land use and infrastructure, and it talks about major infrastructure investments that will benefit communities, including transport. It talks about new economic opportunities and jobs through growth opportunities that emerge, and having the balance of commercial, retail and industrial opportunity benefits the whole region. It does have other elements. The SEQRP also outlines that mandates the Sunshine Coast will need to accommodate an extra 219,000 people by the year 2046. That is big growth. But that is the challenge that we as a local government have before us, is to consider how we will actually meet those targets, not if we want to. So for this council, the challenge we have is how do we use the existing and remaining suitable land supply of the Sunshine Coast to accommodate another 200,000 residents in a way that protects, enhances or maintains the elements that make us the Sunshine Coast. It's a pretty simple idea, isn't it? So while we're a large region in terms of land size, the amount of usable and suitable land for development is actually quite small. There is only about 14.6% of our region in the urban footprint, the developable area. However, not all of that urban footprint land is suitable for development, and only a small percentage of that, 14.6, is vacant and available for development. Which brings us to the Birtinya TLPI we're considering today. So this is a focus on Birtinya, however it has regional significance. The difficulty of the process is that historically and legislatively the TLPI does not require community engagement or consultation because it's a technical instrument that is designed to allow local authorities to make adjustments to elements of a planning scheme in response to emerging or emergency type situations. Consequently, the TLPI is an inherently technical document that's worked through by expert planning officers. The TLPI in this case, though, Madam Mayor, is seeking to amend the broader intent or purpose of the Kawana Waters DCP1, which is a high-level strategic planning document to allow better utilisation of the remaining undeveloped parcel of land in the Birtinya town centre. Much of the detail that the community are interested in and were interested in through the consultation, such as car parking requirements, building design controls and the mechanisms for ensuring housing affordability, are contained within the subsequent lower order planning documents that sit underneath this TLPI, and that will be amended if or when the TLPI is approved and adopted. The limitation of this in terms of community engagement is that the council is trying to support the community to provide feedback into what is an inherently technical document, and that because of the process we can't provide all of the details that they might be interested in, and as a result we're unable to deeply unpack the processes that underpin a master plan change like this and that contribute to the final built form and outcomes. So I've learned a lot from this process, as our community, and there'd be various things we'd do differently if you had your time again. For this particular development, we all recognise that this has been getting developed since 1960. It's a heavily loved and managed area, and we will actually continue to see it develop in ways that we think will end up positively for us. In 1996, when this DCP was originally adopted...
Councillor Burns, would you like an extension of time?
Thanks.
Councillor Bunag, seconded Councillor Suarez. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Over to you, Councillor Burns. And we did take off the time that you spent talking about James Cootes as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So in 1996, when this initial DCP was actually adopted, there was 208,000 people living on the Sunshine Coast. That's a significant change to then this way, about 28 years later, where we have around 375,000 people living here, with another 200 or so meeting the call to move here. Through that 28 years, we've seen actually 11 other deeds of variation to this DCP, and in fact, I'm pretty sure there was 4 actual TLPIs adopted through that time as well, or this might be the 4th TLPI. So since then, things have changed. But what hasn't changed is that since 1996, Birtinya Town Centre has always been recognised as a major regional activity centre and is identified as such in shaping SEQ. The same as Caloundra, Nambour and Sippy Downs. So the existing plan has heights of 10 stories across the entire town centre with no direction about the articulation of that built form. It's focused around vehicles and the design creates more hard spaces and roadways. It has 60% less open green space. There's a limitation on the residential development along Kawana Way and above the existing Birtinya shopping centre. And importantly, in the existing approved plan, there is no intention or provision for the affordable or diverse housing options. So through the consultation, I heard a whole lot of things from the residents that were deeply engaged and rigorously engaged. From people who were or are opposed to this, I heard concerns about the height increase and the comments that 18 stories was too much. I heard concerns about parking when we have challenges in Birtinya already. I heard concerns about increased traffic congestion, concerns about the lack of the public transport infrastructure and the seemingly unknown timeline and timeframes and commitment to deliver the bus rapid transit system or heavy rail solutions. And there was also concerns around the loss of amenity and potential for overshadowing. Contrary to that, though, I also heard many people actually who were supportive of the proposal. And from them, I heard that they were supportive of the uplift, as it's very well positioned, and they believe that it would not impact on low-rise residential lots. There was positivity about the economic potential and new jobs that can be accommodated through the space. There was recognising the opportunity for diverse and affordable housing types that came forward. The logical and powerful connection to future public transport solutions was also offered. People also raised in support the potential for a really vibrant and creative town centre in Birtinya. And finally, they had people actually say it just makes sense environmentally because it means we do not need to build on dual systems or knock down green space to do this. So through the consultation feedback, as Mr Martin has shared, there has been changes to what was initially went out to the community with. And this shows an intent from the council officers to listen to the feedback and to accommodate that as best. There's a shift of the unutilised population quota to the town centre, but no change to the overall population forecast for that area. Allow maximum building heights to increase from 10 to 15, with no less than 6 sites up to having a lower height limit of around 12 stories. Improved town centre layout with increase in green space of 60%. It requires new residential developments to contribute to the supply of housing diversity and affordability. It allows for hotel development on the East Bank. It will allow potentially for up to 2 key sites in North Birtinya to increase in building height from 8 to 10 stories. And finally, it would allow for an alternative site and delivery mechanism for future library, learning and cultural centre. So, Madam Mayor, councillors, the report and motion before us today is extensive. It's clearly outlined the proposal, the processes, including the consultation report and the rationale for it. The discussion, while focused on the Birtinya Town Centre, is actually a regional conversation as we collectively imagine and wrestle with how we will accommodate the growth and who we will be into the future. Is it a challenge? Yes. I'm looking forward to an exciting discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I look forward to hearing my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. I have a number of questions, so I might ask that if I could. First of all, how can we ensure that housing in this highly desirable space is affordable. How could our community be assured that affordable housing component is going to be deliverable in this space?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's proposed that 20% of the additional housing above what's already permitted for the town centre would be provided as affordable housing, and there are two pathways that are being proposed for that. One is affordable housing as defined through the Planning Act, which links sort of monthly mortgage or rent payments to the median income for the region. The other is through what we're calling diversity through design. So with the income-linked one, that would most likely be in the form of a social housing provider. If they build a development, it will be locked in as a social housing development for the life of the project. With the diversity through design pathway, it's about mandating a minimum number of units that are smaller and have fewer bedrooms, so below 75 square metres and with a mix of 1, 2 or 3 bedrooms. Because what we see is that the market naturally prefers to deliver more large apartments with more bedrooms because there's higher returns on those, but this actually mandates that we also achieve the smaller housing type. So while we can't control the price on those, we can just ensure that the smaller housing types are delivered to market. It's proposed that these two pathways be mandated through the development agreement and also through amendments to the Quan Water Structure Plan. So we're seeking a delegation to the CEO to finalise those matters. They're the next level down in the master planning process from the highest level, which is the Development Control Plan.
So are you confident then that that would be guaranteed? Our community could be guaranteed that 20% of the uplift would be affordable housing, that there wouldn't be an out that we allow extra development and then don't get that benefit for our community? Would you?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We are confident. Our council's lawyers have been looking at the provisions that were being drafted into the development agreement. As per our definition of affordable housing, which offers those two pathways, we are confident that that can be locked down. And as I mentioned during the presentation, we would require a implementation plan and reporting strategy be prepared by Stockland as one of the next steps if the TLPI progresses, so that they would have to present to council all the detail of how the affordable housing requirement would be achieved over the life of the town centre, and there would be an annual reporting requirement where each year they have to write to council and update council on how they're going with meeting that requirement.
Okay, thank you. Some residents have said that they would be happy if they could be convinced that it would be an attractive outcome in terms of the building through design. Is there a way that we could condition the built form or ensure that we do end up with beautiful looking buildings in this space? Can you talk to that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. One thing I didn't mention in the presentation actually, but one of the things that's proposed through the TLPI is the addition of a clause into the DCP that requires an exemplary standard of design for the town centre. Those words give council the hook to then, through the lower order master plans, mandate some really high quality design outcomes through setbacks, site cover, landscaping requirements on site, subtropical urban design provisions around orientation and cross ventilation. So it's intended that all of that be included in the lower order documents, but importantly, the words that the TLPI would add to the DCP are this requirement for an exemplary standard of design in the town centre. On the question of greenery, the 60% increase in public open space will allow a lot more trees, parkland, community open spaces, and the renders, which I think are attachment 7, show some of the early work that's been done around conceptualising how this town centre might look, and if this TLPI progresses, that will continue to be refined.
Thank you. So just to clarify for me, we would have the words exemplary standard of design within the TLPI, and then that allows those lower order documents to require that kind of design outcome. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's correct. What the exact words, the word exemplary and design are in there, but I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact phrase is, but close enough.
Okay, great, thank you. Can you explain for me, please, the history of the hotel site and East Bank, where that has come from, why it's included in the TLPI, and explain some of that background, and if not you, perhaps our colleague here? Okay, so James Cootes,
thank you for the question,
welcome.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
So the East Bank site was a site transferred to council ownership in the previous negotiations on the infrastructure agreement with Stockland as a result of an earlier range of changes, I think made in around 2017. At that time, council effectively became the owner of the parcel of land. That there was no change in the allowance for what could occur on there, and it was largely for a range of uses that were, while seen to be consistent with the Lake Edge area, overlooked the opportunity to utilise the site for higher order uses that would support the sporting precinct, which we're now seeing to emerge and take on the role it will and play that in 2032. So when Stockland approached us with the notion that they might like to revisit the content, as is always the case through negotiations, we say, well, yes, and what can council get in return? And at the time, the council was receiving technical advice about the challenge we have in having hotel developments get underway in this location, and that led in part to the preparation of the hotels TLPI, as it's euphemistically known. And given that this site sits in the location it does, immediately adjacent to the Kawana Arena, and the site was already allowed to accommodate what was called dormitory accommodation, which was quite substantial in its potential, but not so open as to take the form of a hotel. There's a subtle distinction that under the development control plan, it's actually called a motel, which for all intents and purposes means a hotel, because that's a definition that harks back to the Caloundra planning scheme, 1996. So you can see it was quite why it was known as a motel back then, but anyway, now it's a hotel. And what was decided was that if council had this parcel land in this location, it would be beneficial if we gave ourselves the opportunity. This doesn't make it happen. It simply puts us in a position of making a decision about whether we want to take advantage of this opportunity or not. Would it be appropriate to refer to a subsequent letter that was sent to the CEO at this point? Or yes. Okay. So in the last couple of days, a letter was received from Oscar suggesting that
Excuse me, James, Oscar being the...
Yes. So it's the
Organisation of the Sunshine Coast Association of Residents.
Yes, that's right.
Just for everyone to be clear.
Yes. And I acknowledge the presence of Melva Hobson, who's the president of Oscar, in the room. So the Oscar recommendation was that all references to the hotel at East Bank be removed from the proposed TLPI, and that any proposal to proceed with the development of a hotel progress as an impact assessment or material change of use process under the planning scheme. And while I understand the basis of their request, it's one of those situations where, unfortunately, council is really not able to give effect to that recommendation because there is currently no statutory pathway to do so. I'll explain why that is, and this is not necessarily complex but multi-layered. So currently the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme, the current one, 2014, does not apply to this site. An impact assessable MCU application would therefore be assessed under the Kawana Waters development documents, which includes the DCP, the Transport Infrastructure Agreement, the Development Agreement and the approved master plans, and a multitude of other things. None of those development documents, as they currently stand, offer any support for a hotel on this site. And that's absolutely critical. And so any assessment against those documents would be bound to produce a refusal recommendation. We really have no choice. Even if we were, as we sometimes seek to, draw in what are called other relevant matters, such as an overriding need in the public interest for a hotel development, even if you considered that, an application would be difficult to support and certainly would be open to challenge as part of a third-party appeal. So if Council did approve an impact assessable MCU application for a hotel on the site, it would be in breach of its contractual obligations under the Kawana Waters Development Agreement, because it is obliged to ensure development in the DCP area complies with the development documents. So the only way to put Council in a position of at least having the opportunity to consider doing this doesn't make it happen, and nor does it say it will be inevitable, just to give us the opportunity to do it, and at the same time maintaining the integrity of the master planning system, is to amend to the development documents to provide a basis for being able to consider a proposal of that kind. The first step is to amend the DCP, which is what the proposed TLPI seeks to do. Notably, if the TLPI has progressed with that in it, a specific hotel proposal materialises, there would be subsequent master plan amendments required. The application for these master plan amendments would be available on Development Eye, our online application system. And although the public would not have third-party appeal rights, the public would be welcome to submit their comments at that time, and the assessment team would consider them. The reason this proposal is in the TLPI, if you await for a subsequent change to the DCP, perhaps even through the new planning scheme, I think we'll have lost the time and the advantage of it being able to get that in place by the time we need it, prior to the Olympics. So if we want the opportunity to do this, and as I said, this doesn't make sure it happens, and it doesn't even force us to do anything other than to say, thanks, we've got an opportunity, let's think about it. But if we are going to think about it in readiness for 2032, this is almost our last chance to do so.
Thank you. And just so confirming, that's a site Council owns. Any proposed development would come back to Council for a decision. And the other part of that question is, this is outside of the hotel's TLPI, which is currently with the Planning Minister. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, yes, the hotel's TLPI does not apply in the Development Control Plan area, so it offers no comfort or no ability to incentivise this development. And should this provision remain in the TLPI, and it puts Council in a position to consider proceeding, the way we would do that is probably through an expression of interest process, which would proceed after the councillors gave their authority to do so, and depending on the assessment of that, it would return to the councillors for their decision to proceed or otherwise with the preferred proposals that would emerge from an EOI process. So there's quite a bit of steps to go through even to get to that point, but all the way along, the councillors remain in control of the process.
Thank you. And just one final question then. The kick and play component, there was some concern from residents about the size of that. Can you just confirm for me how that changed or what's happened with that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Can I get a slide up, please? Thank you. I'll just go back to the concept design. So, the kick and throw area is in the precinct park, which is this park here adjacent to the cable stay bridge. The current master plan for the town centre, that park is 2,500 square metres. Under the proposed amended master plan, it would be more than 3,500, possibly up to 3,900, depending on detailed design. So the park itself is increasing in size, and we can absolutely guarantee that we have structured the documents to ensure that that park still contains a 1,000 square metre kick and throw space.
Thank you. Councillors, that's the end of my questions. So next to speak will be Councillor Natoli.
Question. Obviously, since 1996, we've seen this plan come out, and there's obligations obviously to build infrastructure. In terms of roads and commitments, I'm aware when Brightwater was first approved, and I was heavily involved in that. I asked the question about Quina Way being 4-laned, and that was over 20 years ago. And you know, I know that there were confidential agreements between the state and Stocklands, but where we're at with the commitments that should be, and what type of infrastructure, road infrastructure, should we be? Are we up to date, or are they lagging? What is the current status?
And I ask Guy Borton to speak to that one.
Welcome to the microphone, Guy Borton, who is our traffic expert in this space. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. There are a number of projects that are planned and have been through various planning stages, which are the Quina motorway standard, which is a future motorway standard that would run west of Quina Way. There is the Malula River interchange, which has been through a number of business cases. There are, in terms of transport, there's also the direct rail, which is funded to Caloundra and hopefully further to the north if we can build better business cases. And then there is the bus rapid transit project. Now, the only one of those projects that has committed funding that I'm aware of at this stage is the direct rail to Caloundra. All of those elements, though, are essential in order for this project to be adequately serviced by transport. So,
what about Quina Way? What about the motorway that, you know, linking Caloundra through? Do we have an understanding whether either Stocklands or the state government, whoever's responsible for delivering that, have they met their obligations? I know you don't want to say it, but I'd like to hear it.
Through the chair, there is a agreement that we are aware of between Stockland and the state that council are not a party to. It's called the Transport Infrastructure Agreement. Under that agreement, the state are obligated to deliver certain road upgrades once traffic points or triggers are met. We understand that one or two of those traffic triggers have now been exceeded. So on that basis, under that agreement, which council is not party to, the state's obligations to deliver road upgrades on Quina Way have been triggered.
And can you give us an idea of when those triggers happen?
Chair, I can't exactly. I believe it's within the last sort of 5 or so years, but I would have to look that up.
Okay, thank you. And dealing with the affordable housing, 20% of the uplift is going to be affordable housing. Has Stockland agreed to that?
Through the chair, yes, Stockland have given in principle support to the 20% and also the mechanisms that I explained earlier.
That's great. James, you might be able to tell us, does Stockland have an obligation to provide affordable housing for Aura?
Through the chair, yes, in the development scheme for Caloundra South, as it's known, for the priority development area, it's not quite structured in the way as it would be more recently, but that plan dates back to around, its preparation commenced in 2012. I think it was finally adopted in 2015, but it talks about stretch targets. So there's stretch targets around the provision of what's called key worker housing, which is an approximation, not a direct comparison to affordable housing, but it's pretty close. Because and in addition to that, so that's a target of 25% of all detached dwellings being delivered as key worker housing, and 5% is to be delivered as social housing. So that's for people who would come off the housing waiting list. And one of the things that I have said, standing this place in the past, is that our ability to obtain accurate information about the progress made against those targets has been very difficult. Our understanding it is reported on, but the matter progresses from Stockland to Economic Development Queensland and is not shared. However, What we have done through checking our own metrics on that is that we believe that of the housing developed in Aura to date, roughly 50% would meet the key worker housing target. And, well, the target's 25, so they've actually exceeded it by twice that amount. And while the provision of the social housing component, the 5%, has been slow to materialise, they are presently in discussion with, I think it's 3 or 4 social housing providers, or sort of community housing providers and the estate. It's arguable that they should have probably attended to that sooner. But it's also equally arguable that the people who find themselves in that type of accommodation are better served by a community or moving into a community that's well established with all the facilities and services. And so an early provision of housing of that kind in a fringe location would probably not have supported in the way they would be now. We don't know whether they will get to that full 5% provision, but the numbers we're seeing so far suggest that that's more than possible.
All right, thank you.
Councillor, can I remind all councillors to direct questions through the chair?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'll speak to the motion now. I totally support the merit of what is being proposed here in terms of the densities and the design outcomes and everything that's being proposed. Where I fall short is the state government, as Councillor Burns said, is mandate. The mandate's basically the requirement for us to deliver densities and infill development and population growth. And so we are a growing region. But as we've heard before, they're behind 5 years at least in 2 deliverable key targets for road upgrades. This is a problem. The Maleny River interchange, 3 times now that project has been axed by governments, and we're still waiting. And yet the population keeps building and growing. So I have a real axe to grind with the state government, not the current state government, but the former Labor government that let the Sunshine Coast down in terms of understanding and keep putting pressure on us as a local government to do what we have to do to keep meeting the population targets without the infrastructure support to be able to make sure our community actually gets behind and appreciates that, yes, we are a growing region, and yes, the infrastructure will be there. And I can tell you over the last 2 decades, we have fallen significantly behind being able to accommodate that growth. And the community has a right to be able to say that we should really be demanding from state government. Why should we be the one that leads the charge here and the state government's nowhere to be seen? They should be the ones that say, we'll provide the infrastructure, you've got an obligation to make sure the population targets are met. It's a partnership, but there is no partnership. They demand, they're the state government, they control us, we do what we're told, and here we go, The other problem I have is with Stocklands. 3 precincts, they undersold the targets. 3 of them, precinct 1, 2 and 5. 2,600 odd dwellings down. Why? Because that was where the money was. They chased the money. They're not interested in whether we meet population targets. They pocket it because that was the model. And now they're coming back and saying, oh, we can put it all into this one precinct. And they traded that. They made that decision. We have no obligation to give it to them. That was a commercial decision they made at the time. And we have absolutely no obligation to give them the 2,600 because they could have had it, but they chose not to. They chose not to do it because they are in the business of making money. So the problem I have is that we have potentially a 25% uplift on this precinct in development rights, which is obviously going to mean more money for them because they're not going to do this without at least making some money. And the little trade-offs that we've had, I don't think that even equates to what we should be getting from them. I'm saying they need to be more generous with what they give to the community, because it's the community's land that we are actually dealing with. We're making decisions on behalf of the community, not the council, the community. And what are they giving us back? Chicken feed, as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, they've made those decisions. And, you know, in the past, we've seen with Aura, you know, they've got up to 1,000 dwellings a year, blocks that, 1,000 blocks, and at the moment the market seems to cool off. They scale it back to 800, 750, whatever it is. But again, they're in the business of supply and demand. I was in the markets for 18 years. So I know what supply and demand means. You slow down the supply, the price goes up. They're not into the business of making sure that we, the consumers, are actually going to benefit from it, because they control that outcome. They control the market, and they're the biggest land holder on the Sunshine Coast, and they can tell us when they're going to deliver things, and they can control the price. And I'm saying, here we are, we're going to give them a 25% uplift. And should we do it? In principle, I agree with it, but I struggle to be able to explain to people why we should be a player in this.
Councillor Natoli, would you like an extension of time, or are you wrapping up?
Just quickly say that by putting an extra 2,600 people, the funnel effect.
Councillor Bunnag has moved for the extension of time. Councillor Burns is a seconder. We'll take a vote on the extension of time. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Natoli.
So we talk about the funnel effect. If anyone has driven on the Bruce Highway and you get that Anzac Parade at Moreton Bay, the traffic banks up. Why? Because all that traffic is coming onto the Bruce Highway. And in the morning, it congests there. If you have a look at Caloundra Road, at where Kiwana Way and connection into Aura, it's chaotic through there. The Nicklin Way on Caloundra Road, same thing. You've got Golden Beach traffic coming, you've got traffic coming from the north, and it chokes up the whole system. So when they say that this is not going to be impacted by, you know, the traffic modelling says there's no impact, I can't believe it. Because you put in an extra 2,600 dwellings, potentially another 5,000 vehicles in there, if every person owns a car, and it's not going to impact the roads? Of course it is, because it's already congested in those key points. So, you know, like, as much as I want to support this, and I support it in principle, but morally, I just can't. I can't support it when a state government tells us that we've got to do something and they don't support council with their money and their infrastructure. And Stocklands, they made their commercial decision and now they want to cash in. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity, and I want to start by thanking the team, Stefan and James in particular, and acknowledge your second last day. Thank you for your contributions to our region. I'd like to also thank Councillor Burns for reminding people that this is an important discussion about the region. It's region shaping, and I have to, at these times, reflect on why I was motivated to run for council in the first place, and that was to protect the character of the Sunshine Coast and build a region that I thought would give my children's generation and their children the best possible opportunities. I've lived on the coast all of my life. I've seen it change, as Councillor Burns has reflected. But what is really, really important here is that we are trying to do something that is called region building in this space. And what I hear from residents all the time is that they are frustrated about things like housing diversity, job diversity, housing affordability, public transport, and keeping the character of the place that they live in. I have been consistently conservative when it comes to development applications in my time in this place, and I can see that this is staring in front of me as a good proposition for our region that is necessary. I think it responds positively to the aspirations I have for our region and the issues that I think matter to people. This proposal takes a holistic view of what our region needs and how we can leverage investment that is already coming into this area by getting the best outcome. On housing, it gives us the opportunity to deliver more affordable housing, and I know that the CEO will diligently negotiate the absolute best deal that reflects the intent that is intended in this document to seek a 20% uplift in affordable housing. On the job diversity, it positions increased residential yield in close proximity to jobs that are important, like health, like tourism, sport and recreation, and light industry. On protection of regional character, the highest building in this precinct will not be the tallest on the coast, and in fact actually takes pressure off other coastal areas that would be susceptible to further uplift, like Caloundra Island, into the future. And on transport, this is one of the 3 locations on the Sunshine Coast where passenger rail and the Sunshine Coast Mass Transit Project are planned to interface. And when I ran for council, presumably like a lot of councillors in this room, I completed several candidate questionnaires, one of them for Oscar, and I was asked a question about how council could accelerate the Sunshine Coast becoming a low emissions region by 2041. And this is my response. Council needs to show leadership on helping lower emissions throughout the Sunshine Coast by endorsing a planning scheme that changes the Sunshine Coast culture of car dependency. According to the CSIRO, as at 2023, the 3rd largest percentage contributor to CO2 emissions was transport. The next planning scheme and the assumptions contained therein must be carefully integrated with the Sunshine Coast public transport network. This is not an easy task, as I believe that the debate regarding the optimum transportation infrastructure for the Sunshine Coast is unsettled from an economic and planning perspective. The business case for direct Sunshine Coast Rail, i.e. heavy rail, along the Cam Cross corridor all the way to Maroochydore has just been released, bearing in mind that this was in February last year. Funding of the project is in full is yet to be committed to by any level of government, but if this project is delivered and funded, I want to see a planning scheme that sensibly creates opportunities for people to live and work near public transport infrastructure, in particular along the Sunshine Coast direct rail corridor, to break our car dependency culture. So as I alluded to, that was last year, and Councillor Natoli will be really excited. State and federal government committed $5.5 billion to deliver direct Sunshine Coast Rail to Caloundra, with investigations for an extension to Birtinya, if the engineering allows that, by 2032. Now, that is a significant amount of investment from 2 levels of government. And in response to that, Council has seen an opportunity in this precinct to leverage the investment in generational rail infrastructure with the complementary generational investment potentially, which we'd like to see in a sporting precinct that is going to be world class. Right near a hospital that was funded by a state government that also has created literally thousands of jobs in that precinct. So from my perspective, what is missing is the need for further residential uplift in that area that complements that part of investment. So ultimately, when you have to factor in that Petition is the last remaining greenfield site for us to accommodate some of that growth, this is the opportunity that we cannot miss regardless of when the Olympics are, because we are planning not just for the next 8 years, we're planning for the next 50 years and for my children's generation and their children's generation on the Sunshine Coast. So from
Councillor,
my perspective...
Would you like an extension of time, or are you wrapping up?
Yes, thank you.
Extension of time. Councillor Burns, seconded. Councillor Broderick. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bonag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, in closing, what we are seeking to deliver here is a world-class, highly attractive and connected area for investment and activation beyond the Olympics, which I think reflects a maturing Sunshine Coast region. I think we want to send a very clear message to people on the Sunshine Coast that this is what a good integrated planning outcome looks like for our region. Ultimately, I think it is about region building, and our team have done an exceptional job in trying to get an exceptional outcome for an exceptional site. I commend this motion and I look forward to the support of other councillors here today.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Just probably a point of clarification. I worked at Kawana Waters when those first 3 areas were not built to their capacity and developed to their capacity. And at the time, it was not owned by Stockland. It was owned by Lensworth Kawana Waters. So it's a little unfair to throw that onto Stockland's because that was not done by their development company. Back to the TLPI. I was really pleased that we did go out to community consultation. I think it gave the opportunity for a number of residents to maybe get some learnings and understanding about what the TLPI was. They might not have necessarily liked it, but maybe they learnt something about it. And I'm really pleased that the council team listened to that consultation and made some changes to it, responded to it. I think this is a much better outcome, particularly with the green spine and further open space. It will also provide, while we're increasing the density, it provides that separation between the buildings, which I think will be, in the end, when it's delivered on site, will be a much better outcome. The other thing that I think is fantastic as well is the accommodation of affordable housing and some more housing diversity, which is desperately needed on the coast. And if we had have known way back when it was Lensworth Kawana Waters instead of Stockland Kawana Waters, perhaps you know, the developer of the time would have delivered more diversity of housing instead of 3 and 4 bedroom, 2 bathroom homes back in the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought I was up the list a little bit, but anyway.
No, you're next.
Thank you. Yes, I rise obviously to support Councillor Burns. I see this as a good outcome for obviously as a major regional activity centre of Birtinya. I know going out for community consultation and the height was the big issue for our community. I can understand that. I mean, when you compare to some of the building heights we have on the coast here to the Gold Coast, I mean, the Mantra is around 17 stories, Westway Towers in Caloundra is 16, Newport on the Spit is 16, compared to Q1 building on the Gold Coast, and we're talking 78 stories. And I mean, that incredible change where we talk about high-rise to skyscrapers. So I know the community, and it was quite an interesting comments that came back from the community in regards to existing building heights on the Sunshine Coast and what these precedents that we're setting today. But I'm very comfortable with this TLPI. Interesting to see that the feedback that we had from the consultation and the split, basically 50-50, and around 76% of that younger demographic, under 35, were supporting of this. And so that's a good outcome for our future of our younger generation on the coast, and they're going to be our leaders in the future as well. I just had a couple of questions, Madam Mayor, to the team, and I just want to ask, probably on behalf of Councillor Christian, around the delivery of the library site and what that could be, just in regards to looking at if this development site was to basically supercharge and move forward at a rapid rate, where would that sit in terms of the delivery of the library as part of our library network plan, because it may have significant impacts for Sippy Downs?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So at the moment, as I said, Stockland have dedicated to council a 7,000 square metre block of land at North Petition for a library. So the ball's sort of now in council's court, and the Birtinya Library has been looked at as part of council's library planning. It's well down the list. So it's beyond Sippy, it's beyond the Caloundra upgrade. I think it might be beyond a couple of other projects too. It's I'm not an expert on that library's plan, but the Birtinya is pretty much like the last thing on the list. So what this proposal gives the opportunity for is for an alternative delivery mechanism to be considered, whereby Stockland would actually construct a library for council to move into and operate. But the details of any such arrangement would be the subject of a whole separate council decision in future. So that would consider things like the bring forward of operating costs and what that means for fit out and what that means for the existing Kawana library near Kawana Shopping World, which this library would likely replace. And so all of that could be considered as part of that other process.
Thank you. And I know we did ask that question during the information session, but for all the broader public, I thought it was just a great response there, so thank you.
Councillor Landsberg, are you speaking now or
yes.
asking back to speaking?
No, I'll speak to it, sorry.
Okay. You've spoken some already, and then you've asked a question, so
My
I'll give you a minute to speak there now.
Okay, I will make it. Sorry, my apologies. I will ask one more question, if okay, through the chair.
Certainly.
I'll make a comment in regards to infrastructure.
A question?
Yes, infrastructure.
A question, okay.
Yep. What will the opportunity for, in regards to our smart city infrastructure that we're rolling out to Birtinya, what opportunities do we have once the 5 precincts are developed? We're looking at over a number of residents in that area of around 20+ thousand people, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the maximum number of dwellings for the town centre would be 2,600. So in terms of population, that's probably about, it's 1.6 persons per dwelling that we work on. So 2,600 times 1.6, I guess.
A little bit off the mark, but for that broader area, the opportunities for us in regards to fast data in relation to what we're actually laying out for cabling and for our data centre, has that been looked at in regards to offering another opportunity for revenue for the council to make in regards to rolling out fibre optic cable to these developments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what has been looked at in terms of what's been negotiated with Stockland is the provision of smart city infrastructure to the town centre, which means the pits, poles and pipes, when they build their roads and infrastructure to accommodate fibre optic connections and the smart light poles that do the Wi-Fi and all those sort of things. So it would all be set up in such a way that council and businesses that might move into the town centre can just sort of plug in to those networks, including fibre optic.
Okay, thank you. Getting the look there. Just an opportunity for us to look into the future, I'd imagine.
Just a reminder to address your questions through the chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to speaking to, obviously, the motion,
Okay.
Chair,
Start that time.
fully supportive. There's really not much more to say. I just want to compliment my fellow councillors around the room. It looks like it's very good support for you. Councillor Burns, in relation to this, it's an opportunity for us to move forward and in regards to trying to increase density and taking off some of the load for our other regions across the coast. And the word protecting our character for me is really important. And I know obviously taking some more uplift into this area would hopefully look at areas that we can maybe reduce some of that infill density targets that we're looking through the SEQ regional plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I speak to the motion right away. I will be supporting this today for a number of reasons. It is an outstanding opportunity to bring up to date the development of another urban centre on the Sunshine Coast. It will enable and allow people to live where the services are, and it will enable and allow people to live where the services will be in the future. And one of the things with a modern urban dwelling and situation like this is it actually supports people not to become and remain so dependent on a private vehicle. Exactly the same as in this PDA that we are sitting in right now. It has been designed to support people, not cars, but to support people to live where all of the services are near them and with them so that they can enjoy true urban living. And there was a comment that this has been designed against the last one, which was about getting people around and it was about traffic. This one is about people. and people want to live in good places. I heard a comment that this is about uplift, but when I look at the numbers, this is about making sure we don't miss out on providing population. There is no uplift here. We're actually saving 2,600 dwellings, is that correct? More than. So, no. It means that we're saving that. It means that we're not going to have to go and build on unsuitable land elsewhere because we're going to capture everything that we're otherwise about to lose. And what an absolute delight to discover a developer who wants to build up rather than fill our landscape with rooftops and fences of single-storey, huge dwellings on very small lots. What a relief that they're going to build up and provide population where the services are, where the infrastructure is, and where the infrastructure will be. Are they going to make a profit? Of course they are, because we live in that type of economy where you only get stuff done when someone makes a profit. That's how it works here. It's not even an issue. It's remarkable that it's even commented on. So of course that's going to happen. So congratulations on Stefan and on your whole team of what you've been able to achieve to improve the design and the future of this centre that will certainly give the PDA here in Maroochydore a run for its money if they get on and do it. And if we get a little bit of that market competition between here, being the Maroochydore PDA, and this urban development, then it might actually happen a lot faster in both places. So that's a very good thing. So congratulations again for that. And perhaps it will encourage further development of providing dwellings. That will be at a higher density level than what we might be accustomed to, but it puts people where the services are, and that makes absolute sense. And it will help us achieve some of our other targets to stop the ridiculous increase in personal vehicle use and get people to get around by other means, whatever that suits, however that suits them individually. So thank you very much, and I'll be supporting this today, and I encourage others to do so because it makes so much sense.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Look, there's lots been said today and most of which I agree with. So I'm just going to spend some time thanking some people because just wanted to thank Councillor Tim, who delivered a very well-researched and community-minded presentation and gave us the history too. So that was awesome. When anybody asks about it, I'll just put your presentation up today and we're all good. And thanks for the team for the extensive work and the willingness to listen to our community and go back. You didn't have to, but you did. And then you came back in response to the community and made those negotiations and those changes. And I think that's really important. It demonstrates that our whole team, our entire council, is listening to the community, and we want to make sure that we're getting the best for them. So I really appreciate that. James, we will miss you. Thank you for your thorough, thoughtful and understandable answers to our questions, because we know you get a lot of them, but you just give back with clarity in a way that we can understand. And I'm genuinely grateful for the short time that I've known you. I am going to miss you. I really value your input, and I know as a council we have been far better off. So thank you so much for the education and for letting us be along that journey with you. So thank you so much. Actually going to thank Councillor Taylor too, because you pretty much covered everything I did and had written here and did so far more eloquently than I would have. So thank you for that. This will have my support today. This just makes sense. We've listened to the community. We're going back to them with a proposal that is going to make this area work and work better. It is where our public transport is going to be stationed and parked. Just makes sense. I'm a fan of the additional green space too. Thank you for all of your work. And thanks, Tim, for getting it sorted today too.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. To the team, thank you. We didn't need to go out to community consultation, and we did. We have removed 3 18-storey buildings from the original proposal. We have reduced at least 6 buildings on 6 sites to 12 storeys. We have at least 1,000 square metre park for kick and throw area included. We have more parkland. An exemplary standard of design, or words to that effect, included. And The most important part, I think, that makes this truly different is the component of affordable housing, that 20% and that diversity of housing, and we will see that delivered in the span of this project in an area serviced by public transport and other services is what makes this so incredibly important, but also a direction for the future. So thank you to the team for that. Thank you to my fellow councillors for the work that you have done on this, to Councillor Burns in your area. And also regarding the site at Eastbank, the fact that it remains a council-owned site and we remain in control of what happens there is another important component for me, and so I commend this motion to you. Councillor Burns, would you like to close?
Well, I would, Madam Mayor, thank you. And through you and at the expense of just belabouring and talking further, I did actually want to just say thank you, appreciate the summaries actually that were being provided. That saves me from doing it. I did actually want to speak briefly just in response to the community and the residents of Birtinya particularly. Those of you that have read in detail this report will note that the respondents to the survey, there were 750 or so respondents, 200 or so of those were from Birtinya specifically, and of that 200 or so, there was a significant proportion of them, maybe 75% or around about that, who really did oppose this as a particular idea. I acknowledge that, and I really appreciate the tenacity with which they've shared those points of view with me. I really appreciate the passion for which the residents in that area actually live and the way that they want to see their community thrive into the future. I hope that through this discussion today, the residents of Birtinya, Watala, Boccarina and surrounds might actually see that there's been significant effort by this council to respond to the concerns that have been raised by you. It doesn't go unnoticed. It is actually a real key component that when we go to listen, we are trying to listen, and the evidence is really true in this regard. And so while I do support this motion today, that is not to slap the residents of Birtinya in the face. It's actually to take the regional approach to reflect that we have significant challenges facing us, but equally we have really significant opportunities. We get the reflection regularly about we don't want to be the Gold Coast. In the report that's tabled, it actually highlights that a bit of a comparison between the Sunny Coast and the Gold Coast is that the average height of the top 13 tallest buildings here on the Sunshine Coast is 15 stories, or I think it's 50 metres, versus the 30 tallest buildings on the Gold Coast being 48 stories or 161 metres. I did a bit of a broad kind of data, looking at GIS mapping even shows that roughly, these aren't exact measurements, but in the Sunshine Coast there's about 151 buildings with a roof height over 25 metres, that's 8 stories or greater. On the Gold Coast there's approximately 606 buildings with a roof height of 25 metres or greater. There's significant differences between the Gold Coast and the Sunny Coast, not just in its built form. We are not an unbroken, developed area. We are a community of communities with really distinct nodes and hubs and villages and towns that actually set us aside. We have expansive green and blue spaces that are protected. Our dual system is strong and healthy. Our waterways are still in natural states, minus seawalls that we might see on the Gold Coast. The community here is friendly and welcoming. There's an energy and a vibrancy that is growing in this place. My hope for the future of the Sunny Coast is not just that we consider only who we might be in terms of the built form that we have, but it's actually about how we live and operate and connect as a community in the spaces that we have. I want to see the Sunny Coast be the place that has the best built form in the country. I want people to look at the Sunshine Coast and go, that place is brilliant. I want my young kids, my teenagers, my young adults to actually live here because it actually provides them with an environment that's worthy of living in, an economy that gives them opportunity, a cultural vibrancy that makes them want to stay and party and play and create and co-create. That is the Sunshine Coast of the future. It is not about being the Gold Coast. It is about being the Sunshine Coast. A vibrant, connected, welcoming, inclusive community with beautiful built forms, with a beautiful built public transport infrastructure that helps me get around, when I can ride my bike like I did today from Maroochydore to Moffat Beach, where I can jump on the bus or a train or whatever it might be, because it actually makes sense to do that. That's where I want to live. So this is a regional decision as much as it's focused on Birtinya. I appreciate the support and particularly the work of the team. Thank you for your considered efforts to support and listen to the community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Okay, I shall put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Okay. Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Bunag, Suarez, Law and Mayor Natoli. All those against? Councillor Natoli, Councillor Hungerford. The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, team. I acknowledge James Coots again. There's been more than enough said, James, just a thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We've clapped, now you may leave. Thank you for everyone in the team there for your work. And we will continue with our agenda, and we move now to item 8.4 and welcome Mr. Costello. Hello.
Afternoon, Madam Mayor. Afternoon, all. Okay. So I'll just run through the December financial performance report. So Council's operating result at the end of December of 19.4 million was ahead of the current budget by 881,000. The variation consisting of revenue ahead of above budget by 57,000 and expenses below budget by just over 800,000. Noting that the December figures incorporate the adjustments that were made in Budget Review 2. On the revenue side, general rates were lower than budget year to date by 610,000, noting that we've run the January rate run, so $161 million of revenue will come into the January figures, just over 155,000 rate notices, just noting the growth on the year to year was about 1.51%, so it was a little bit below what our targeted budget was, but we'll assess that when we get to the January financial performance report. The waste container refund scheme revenue was a one-off ahead of budget by 1.1 million. On the expenses, contracts for waste and digital information services under budget. Waste is offset by revenues being under budget, and the digital information services about 450,000 under budget, of which telecommunications is under budget by about 200,000. So that's heartening for the rest of the year. The solar farm expenditures below budget, but offset by revenue, which is about 340,000 revenue, about 240,000 expenses. The levy projects are below budget for environment levy and the transport levy, just over $900,000, and employee costs at the end of December 1% ahead of budget, but we'll review that at the end of January when we look at the leave that was taken throughout the December-January period. The capital works program, so capital works as at the halfway mark is just around about halfway, so just under 50% for total capital works. 129.3 million of our total program of 260 million has been financially expended. On the core program, 76 million of 152 million has been expended, around about 50% for both. And our cash at the end of December, 139 million. The debt, 434 million, noting the debt service payment in August. There'll be another debt service payment of a corresponding amount to occur in February, and anticipated borrowings as at Budget Review 2 are $23.2 million. Our investments, the lowest cash period of the year is the end of December, rolling into the first week of January. So investments, we had 2 term deposits totalling $20 million, maturing 30 days, average interest rate of 4.9%. And again, as I mentioned, with the rate run, there's more dollars coming into this month and into February, which will allow for more investments. And again, noting the risks, Madam Mayor, in relation to this year's budget, about long-term financial sustainability, really important about the targeted operating result being achieved, and we'll talk through about what we can boost up through Budget Review 3 to move towards the end of June targets. The following items require continued attention. That's the revenue targets, as I mentioned about the rates and monitoring of our expenses, the delivery of $9.9 million of savings initiatives, of which the vacancy rate's 8.1 million of that, and failure to achieve the budget operating result negatively impacts our financial sustainability both this year and into next year, because it's the base of which we build next year's budget. And continued monitoring and delivery of the capital works program within budgeted scope and cost, very important. I've mentioned about Budget Review 3, so that's underway at the moment. There'll be a workshop to Council coming in the following weeks and into the following month in March. The goal is to increase the operating result from the current $3.8 million, and more information will be coming in due course leading up to that workshop on the 13th of March. And the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Costello. Someone to move the item. Councillor Hungerford, seconded. Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our financial officer's gone through it in great detail. Let's go through the main points. On the operating result revenue, $319.4 million has been received. That's $57,000 higher than budget. Operating result expenses, $300 million in operating expenses has been incurred, which is $823,000, 0.3% higher than budget. $129.3 million, or 49.7% of our council's $260 million capital works has been expended. Halfway through the year, we're at the halfway point, so that's a very healthy position to be in. The core capital program has expended $76.2 million, which is 50% of budget, so we're right on track there. Then we come to the cash balance. The 31st of December was $139 million, excluding the trust. That's the lowest I've seen it. The last 4 years of high inflation has affected our capital works, and delivering those and our operations has taken a toll on that. I look forward to us over the next few years. Now we go into a low inflationary environment and restoring those cash balances again. That's very important. And what's pleasing is we've kept our debt balance stable. A lot of others in those sort of times just go into borrowing to get their way out, but that's not the answer. And we've stayed away from that, which puts us in a very strong position into the future. We're in a good place, but with the Budget Review 3 coming up, and to meet those operating results that we still need to meet, there was about $9 million there. That is something that's going to be very important in coming up with a balanced budget for going into next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Michael and Sharon, for the report. Do a great deal of work every month, so we're grateful for that. Thank you. So I've decided to take a completely different tack with the financial report going forward. I thought this is the perfect opportunity for us to actually teach and educate and be completely transparent with our community on what our finances really are, what they look like, and how we can analyse them. So I've got a few questions for you, which may seem a little dull and boring to the rest of us, but hopefully it's just in an effort to help everybody understand where we're at. And I thought, perfect opportunity to educate our community. So recognising that we've already been here for a while today, so I'm not going to analyse the full report, so you can breathe a sigh of relief, but just a few questions today and then more in months to follow, something for you to look forward to. So this slideshow that we've just seen isn't as detailed, Michael, obviously, as the one we've got in the agenda, which I've got a few of those questions based on. So I'm just going to start at the beginning. We've noted that the general rates and levy collections revenue are below budget in our report, is that right? Yep, and could you please explain to the community why that happens?
Through the Chair, our general rates is the major component in there. We look at a rate, volume and price. So the price is set when we look at the percentage increase for the general rates, and then the volume, we have a prediction in relation to the number of properties. So we put a percentage on that volume. The percentage that we budgeted for was 1.9%. We've 155,000 properties, 1.9%. Nearly double that in relation to the number of properties we're looking for to grow for the calendar year and the financial year. Looking at the calendar year from the rate run January this year to January last year, the increase was 1.51%. So a little bit below the budgeted rate, but noting that we have a couple of supplementary rate runs. We do our major rate runs in July and January, and then we've got 3 more supplementary rate runs which will run between now and the end of June, where we'll pick up some more revenue. So again, it's a watching brief to see how close we get to the budget. We want to hit budget at least. We also then look at the mix of our properties. In a couple of years gone past, we've had increased growth that has come through in Aura, and a lot of those properties are on the minimum general rate. When we get a number of unit developments that come online, which we have had in the last 6 to 9 months, they have a higher yield in relation to those properties, because a number of those properties are not principal place of residence, and so therefore their rate is higher. So again, we'll analyse that between now and June, but at the moment we can say that we are below budget because our growth rate is a bit below what we had budgeted.
Yep, that's great, thank you. And can you explain, because you had it on the slide up there, what a waste container refund scheme is, please?
Madam Mayor, that's a one-off in relation to the state government scheme of the waste container. We get some revenue from that. We have $1.1 million this year of revenue as a one-off for this year, and then that'll flow into the future years. So that's the recyclables.
Yep.
And we get paid from that from the state government.
Excellent. Are we all learning something? On a live stream? Yeah, it's good. Of the cash balance available that Ted made reference to, some of that is accessible and some of it isn't. We call it restricted and unrestricted cash. So can you please explain the difference between those two and what's the cash breakdown for December? Thanks.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'll just get No. I'll get the exact figures. The unrestricted cash is around about $47 million out of our total. Probably more so go to the restricted. When we look at the developer contributions through the LGIP schemes, those contributions are restricted for investment in growth capital expenditure. So that is part of the restricted balance. We then also have levies for our environment, heritage and transport levies. They are restricted funds as well if we haven't expended those throughout the year, so they get restricted. We will also have infrastructure agreements that come in as restricted, because those dollars are to be spent on certain items, whereas the general rates, the unrestricted, well, then they can be spent on whatever that is across the region. So the split of around about, about 46, 47 million for our unrestricted, the balance being restricted. Our operations of our organisation, around about $39.3 million a month to run this place. So that is our direct expenses for our employee costs, for our materials and services, and our other expenditure. So we look at a ratio there of an unrestricted cash cover ratio. General terms, we try to keep 2 months, ideally 3 months. In a business, you'd be looking at 3 months plus. We're running, and again, throughout the year, this is our lowest cash period. So we tend to look at that at the end of June. We're around about 1.5 to 1.6 months. We want to move that up to 2 months, which is around about $80 million of unrestricted cash.
Great. Thank you. I won't go through all of the questions that I've got here because they refer to a slide that we haven't seen today, and I'm just also aware of time, so we'll get to do that next month.
Thank you, thank you. We sincerely appreciate your enthusiasm for the subject matter, Councillor Broderick. Are you now speaking or are you...
No, I've got one more question, Madam Mayor, if that's okay, through you, and then I'll speak. My speaking will be really short too, I guarantee it. We can, so just, let me see. On the slide breakdown of capital expenditure, we often talk about core expenditure and other expenditure. Can you explain the difference between the two and how we've determined them? Because I notice under core, waste isn't mentioned under core, it's mentioned under other work. So can you help us understand that breakdown? Thank you.
Through the chair. What we've endeavoured to do, and have changed that in the the adoption of the budget for this year and the prior years, has got the capital expenditure adopted in this this format. The reason being is the core expenditure generally is consistent year on year. It's consistent in relation to the projects. Projects may vary in relation to where they are, but the actual nature of the projects, we renew a lot of our assets in the core, and then we've also got some like major expenditure for roads, etc., and transport. Below the line for the non-core, we've got like disaster recovery. That's from the disaster of nearly 2 years ago now, 3 years ago now, of March 2022. It's not something we have every year, hopefully. And then another major component in there is waste. And if we look at the expenditure that we have invested into the waste business over the last couple of years, it's been very high. That is not always the case. If you go back 4 or 5 years, it would tail off a little bit. And over the next probably 2 to 3 years, we'll see that waste expenditure in program to reduce a little bit. So there's some lumpiness in that aspect. And then the strategic land and commercial properties. So again, those that is not something that is consistent dollars or within a target range year on year. So that's why we try to separate those below the line. Then there's corporate major projects, so the Caloundra admin building, we don't do one of those every year either. So it's trying to get the sort of bread and butter capital expenditure above, so we can look at some comparative analysis year on year, and then the lumpier expenditure sits below that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Michael, for giving all of those answers. That's great. Thank you for your patience. And it's no secret, like Councillor Hungerford has said, that cash is looking a little low, and it's no secret that we're going to be tight for the next little while. Like all of our household budgets, they need adapting from time to time, which is why we're heading into Budget Review 3 shortly, and then into our budget for the next financial year. Just like our own households and cost of living, council have not been exempt from increased cost for services and all that we do for our community. I think it's important for our community to know that we are working hard to find ways to be more efficient in our operations and in our expenditure, while continuing to provide the best outcomes for our region, because that's what we want for our community. I look forward to continuing the process of assessing our priorities, and thank you for the report, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think in the last ordinary meeting of last year, I raised the issue about the container deposit scheme and the previous contractor that we had. When I was on the Waste Advisory Committee, I made a comment that I thought the profit share arrangement was too much in favour and council should have done better. So we had a new contract, and I've never found out whether we entered into a new profit sharing arrangement with the new contractor and what it is. And I raised that point last time, and through you, Madam Mayor, I'll frame a question to the CEO because he hasn't actually spoken today, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to speak for the first time today. But does it surprise you that I haven't had a response back from the council, and can I ask you to be able to provide that information for me?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Natoli, through the chair. Yes, I'm more than happy to investigate why you haven't received a response to date, and I'll make sure I get that over to you in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Councillor, you have any other questions? No? Would anyone else wish to speak to the motion? No? Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close?
I don't think I need to go through the figures again. We're in a good position, but we have headwinds. I'd also like to say I'm enjoying Councillor Broderick's interest in finance because I've been the sole person for a long time, so I'm really enjoying that. And I am enjoying your contributions in those meetings as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. There you are, Councillor Broderick. There's a little, we're a little mutual admiration society going on. That's fabulous. Let's put the motion to the vote. Councillors, all those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, team. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we move now to our final agenda item before the petitions, etc. And we have Mr. CEO to present item 8.5. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll remember to stand this time.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Look, as the new chief executive, one of the really important tasks that I was charged with by council was to make sure that the operating model supports the deliverables that you all need, and that fundamentally is about making sure that the structure is able to be directed towards community as effectively as possible, but that also we remain with a very clear and sustainable budget going forward over the next few years. I believe it's crucial that we have very strong financial leadership that is reflected on the executive team. We currently are very ably supported by our finance manager, as his title is now, but he does not sit on the executive team. This report talks to a requirement for an executive officer who would be a member of our executive. And this is the first phase of a alignment, a realignment that I believe is very necessary. I'm at pains to point that out because we've just been talking about some of the challenges faced through our budget, and I believe that in order to address those, we will need to deliver some quite significant efficiencies. With executive and this new post, we will be looking very hard at how we can do that and making sure that our ratepayers get absolute value for money. And I am also at pains to emphasise that through this organisation, in subsequent phases of realignment, that the cost associated with this realignment will not just be cost neutral, but will achieve efficiencies. So with that said, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, someone to move a motion for this item. Councillor Broderick, a seconder. Councillor Hungerford. Thank you. Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, John, for bringing this to us, and welcome to our Sunny Coast Council. We're grateful to have you, so thank you for being here. And like John said, we want an economically sustainable and thriving Sunshine Coast, and that is absolutely the goal. And I just wanted to just reiterate something that John has in his report there that he's provided with us, and it's just under the risk thing, and it's the risk title, and it says the implementation of this proposed amendment to our organisational structure will assist in strengthening financial leadership and enhance executive decision making, both of which are areas of risk for any public sector organisation. So this will give our executive the ability to have someone there sitting with them, letting them know exactly what's happening when, and everything becomes transparent right across the organisation while they're seeking to make decisions. So the proposed amendment for the organisational structure does not constitute a significant change to council, like John has brought to us. As a whole, it will be a minimal change or disruption to the working arrangements for the majority of staff in the organisation, and it will be cost neutral across the board. I think this is a wonderful proposal. I'm really looking forward to the realignment and the efficiencies that we can make. We've just been talking about our budget, like we said, and our finances, and this is really essential. So I'm in complete support of this today. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, John. This is your first council meeting and you've already brought an initiative forward. And this will be the first phase in renewing and realigning the organisation structure. So I look forward to your insights and what you're proposing into the future. Because this move is about strengthening the financial leadership and to better inform the executive in decision making. Important first step, especially when we're starting in the budget process. So you're off and running straight away in your first meeting. Thank you for that. And I really look forward to you sharing with us what you think the next phase is and more structural reform to make this organisation financially fit and a very able place that delivers quality for the ratepayers and for their $8. And that's what we're looking for, and I look forward to working with you in the future on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to rise to say, give some background context. Mr. CEO, you did mention, that was what this council has charged you to do, was to look at our finances and to help us address some, shortcomings and make sure that we're sustainable into the future. It was something that we posed to every candidate when we were in our search for our new CEO. And we had a lot of faith in your responses during that interview process in terms of being able to recognise any shortcomings and provide solutions for us. So I appreciate that you've taken this first step, and we have our faith that this will be a good thing for all of us going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Would anyone else like to speak? No? Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? No? Okay. Well, in that case, councillors, I shall put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously, Mr. CEO. There you go. Your first paper to this council has been supported unanimously. So thank you, councillors, for your support there of the CEO. Now, councillors, there are no notices of motion today, so we'll move on to petitions. Councillor Landsberg, I believe you have a petition today.
Thank you. Through the chair, I rise to deliver a petition to our CEO, and this is a petition for MCU 24/0158, CC to the Planning State Minister. Total signatures numbering in 46 physical paper signatures and 455 e-petition signatures. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council to not approve a development proposal for a hotel at 5155 Bulcock Street, Caloundra, that involves the use of their proposed TLPI to allow for a reduced number of parking spaces and increased height. We respectfully petition you to not approve a hotel development on this site. The petitions reject the notion that 86 car spaces are adequate for a 160-room hotel. We also reject the increased height proposal and the location of the hotel. We believe the disruption to businesses and the community warrant consideration for a location that is not at this location in Bulcock Street. That's a total of 501 signatures through the chair, and the lead petitioner is Deborah Brooke from Moffat Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Landsberg's moved the petition be received and referred to the CEO. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Hungerford. Thank you, Councillor Landsberg and Hungerford. Now, Councillor Landsberg, did you wish to speak to the petition any further?
All I'll say, Madam Mayor, is I appreciate the community's feedback and in regards to our proposed development in Caloundra. We've had many discussions today around another TLPI for the Birtinya city centre, and I'm sure that that discussion in regards to that development application will be assessed by council accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Now, councillors, I'm putting the motion to the vote. That is the motion to accept the petition. So would those in favour please raise your hand? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Now, Councillor Broderick, you have some petitions to table. The maintenance request for Ratcliffe Road, Hunchy.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. Actually presenting these to Council on behalf of Councillor Winston because he had to leave today. So this is from the residents of Ratcliffe Road. And on December 3rd, 2024, the Council responded to my many requests regarding maintenance and road sealing, including drainage to Ratcliffe Road. Following their response, I was asked to draw up a petition and get everyone on the road that this roadworks will affect to sign the petition in an effort to speed up the urgency of these works. I realise that this must go onto a capital works program, but as stated in the latest letter from Mr Mark Condon, Service Delivery Leader for Transport Network Operations, the project is currently unscheduled. To prioritise this project and get it onto a scheduled capital works program, I'm asking you to please sign the attached petition, and if you wish to contact me to discuss, my telephone number is. Once I have obtained all the required signatures, I will endeavour to present it to the Council for urgent consideration. At this point in time, I'm not worried about the realignment at the top end of Ratcliffe Road. This petition is to rectify dust problems caused by the gravel road, blind corners at the bottom of the road, and the steepness of the hill so that we all have clear visibility and room to pass or back down safely. Thank you for your time and patience. And this comes from Alana Sheriston of Ratcliffe Road, and the petition is attached. And this one's for you.
Councillor Broderick has moved the petition be received and referred to the CEO. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Natoli. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Broderick, do you wish to speak further to the petition?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, this one is for Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Great. I will now put the motion to receive the petition to the vote. Those in favour? The vote is carried unanimously. Thank you. Excellent. Now, Councillor Broderick, also on behalf of Councillor Johnston, another petition.
Yes, thank you. This one says, to the Mayor, elected councillors and CEO of the Sunshine Coast Council. The petition of residents and neighbours of Palm Street, Maleny in the state of Queensland draws to the attention of the Mayor, elected councillors and CEO of the Sunshine Coast Council the following information requests they seek to have addressed prior to the Operational Works Plan 24/0409 being approved for the retirement village development at 9 to 11 Palm Street, Maleny. The residents and neighbours of Palm Street acknowledge that SCC has requested additional information from Reside, who is the developer, in the letter of 22nd November 2024, which has not yet been provided, but may inform some of the below. Number one, it is noted that Kenilworth rainfall data was used in the MUSIC model for both MCU 24/0051 and RAL 21/0101 Stormwater Quality Management Strategy. Other recent applications in Maleny have used the Nambour station, including the original Maleny Grove application from 2010, as Kenilworth rainfall is only 60% of Maleny. Could Council please confirm that the MUSIC, the music model data using Kenilworth rainfall, was not used to inform any part of the stormwater management infrastructure design proposed for the development? That is, proposed system design, detention tank size, pipe size, downstream flow, etc. Number two, 6.4.6, severe stormwater review for 9 to 11 Palm Street states the removal of the storage upstream of the existing road crossing pipe under Palm Street as a result of the conditioned road formalisation is unlikely to have an impact on severe storm conditions downstream of the site. It is likely floodwaters would already be overtopping the road prior to the peak of a severe storm. This overtopping of the road floods down the driveway into the homes of a number of properties on Palm Street. So the request is please provide the rainfall intensity, frequency and duration measurements that will cause this overtopping of the road that will result in the flooding of our properties. Please confirm weather station used to model the impact of severe storm events and provide actual and predicted rainfall data used to support the above statement so that we may prepare our homes against flooding when this is predicted. Number 3, the development at 11 Palm Street, by its own admission, did not address the impact of stormwater quality or quantity flowing into Palm Street. Given that the easement it flows into the part of Lake Baroon water resource catchment, is this acceptable to our community? Evidence of additional silt build-up in Palm Street curb and gutter post-development has been provided to Council on numerous occasions. If the development 911 Palm Street is no longer using a bioretention basin on Palm Street, how will it treat stormwater quality using a retention tank? And finally, number 4, once the retention tank for catchment 3 and existing catchment 5.1, which uses Palm Street as its legal point of discharge, reaches capacity, where will the emergency overflow weir disperse the water and how will it be managed? Is there going to be a bioretention basin on Palm Street to filter runoff? The plans submitted are unclear and or contradictory. Your petitioners therefore request Council to provide the information as requested above in writing prior to the operational works plan being approved. A meeting with directly affected residents to confirm the impact on their property is also requested, with the principal petitioner being Judy O'Donoghue of Palm Street, Maleny.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. You've moved that the petition be received and referred to the CEO. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Suarez. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr CEO, for taking all of those petitions. Councillors, as we have no further items on today's agenda, I will declare the meeting closed at 3:52. Thank you for your attendance today and for your hard work. Thank you to those of you joining us on the live stream and in the gallery. Thanks all. See you next month.